To the Carpinteria City Council meeting. Today is Monday, June 22nd, 2026, and we are officially calling this meeting to order. And now we'll request a roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Solorzano.
Here.
Councilmember Clark.
Here.
Councilmember Mayer.
Here.
Councilmember Namura.
Here.
And Mayor Alarcon.
Here. And if you are willing and able, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we will begin our meeting with introductions, proclamations, and presentations. And the first item on our agenda is the introduction of Francisco Morales, Maintenance Worker 1. And I will first start with opening up public comment. I do not have any speaker slips for this item. Do we have anyone via Zoom?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
Okay, I will close public comment. And perfect timing. Welcome, John. And welcome, Francisco. Hi.
I'm excited good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. I'm excited to introduce to our new maintenance worker in our Public Works Department, Francisco Morales. And Francisco actually has been working for the city as a part-time maintenance worker. You probably noticed him over the weekends at our downtown T area. And you applied for the job. Mm-hmm. He went through the process and finally got a full-time position as our Maintenance Worker 1 position. So with that, I'd like to introduce you to Francisco. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to work in the city, and I'm glad to be here with you guys, and basically to give my 100% of the job I'm presenting from now and whoever comes forward. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, thank you, Francisco, and welcome. And I'm so happy to hear that you're able to fill that full-time position for us. And I know I always enjoy seeing all of our public works maintenance, all of our public works employees out in the community, and I've seen you recently a few times, so thank you for all the work that you've done.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
We will now move on to item number 2 on our agenda, which is a proclamation recognizing June as Pride Month in the city of Carpinteria and celebrating Pacific Pride Foundation's 51st anniversary. I'd like to first open up public comment. I do not have any speaker slips. Do we have anyone via Zoom?
Mayor, we do, and I believe this is the individual accepting the proclamation. So we have Deja Hartley. Deja, go ahead.
Hi. Hello, Madam Mayor. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, members of City Council and the City of Carpinteria. On behalf of Pacific Pride Foundation, it is an honor to accept this proclamation recognizing Pride Month and celebrating our 51st anniversary. For more than 5 decades, Pacific Pride Foundation has worked to ensure LGBTQ+ people have felt seen, supported, and empowered. While we celebrate how far we've come, we also recognize the importance of continuing the work to build communities where everyone can live with dignity, safety, and with pride. We're deeply grateful for the City of Carpinteria for your partnership and for sending a clear message that LGBTQ+ individuals belong here and are valued here. Pride is more than a celebration. It's a reminder of the courage, resilience, and the hope that drive our community forward. Together, we can continue creating a future where every person is free to be their authentic self. Thank you and happy Pride.
Thank you, Deja, and thank you for accepting this proclamation. Brian, do we have anyone else via Zoom?
Mayor, that concludes Zoom comment.
Okay, I will close public comment and bring it back to the council for any comments and, of course, a motion.
I'll move to adopt the proclamation recognizing June as Pride Month in the city of Carpinteria and celebrating Pacific Pride Foundation's 51st anniversary.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. Motion passes. And we will begin reading the proclamation with Councilmember Mayer.
Whereas the month of June is recognized as Pride Month, honoring lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and other LGBTQ+ individuals, and commemorating the June 1969 Stonewall riots, a catalyst in the fight for LGBTQ+ rights in the United States, and
Whereas the City of Carpinteria recognizes and honors the struggle for liberation against discrimination threatening the rights of LGBTQ+ people to feel safe in their own community, and
Whereas the Rainbow Progress flag, as shown below, is widely recognized as a symbol of pride, inclusion, and support for social movements advocating for LGBTQ+ people, and explicitly acknowledges the intersection of racial justice with sexuality and gender justice. And
Whereas all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, LGBTQ+ individuals have had an immeasurable impact on the cultural, civic, and economic successes of our country, and
Whereas the City of Carpinteria is committed to ongoing support of the visibility, dignity, and equality of the LGBTQ+ people in our community through partnerships with organizations such as Pacific Pride Foundation and Carp Pride, and
whereas while society at large increasingly supports LGBTQ+ equity, it is essential to acknowledge that the need for education and awareness remains vital in order to end discrimination and prejudice and provide resources to our citizens, peers, educators, and community leaders, and
whereas this nation was founded on the principle that every individual has infinite dignity and worth, and the City Council of the City of Carpinteria calls upon the people of this municipality to embrace this principle and work to eliminate prejudice everywhere it exists, and
whereas celebrating Pride Month influences awareness and provides support and advocacy for the LGBTQ+ community and is an opportunity to take action and engage in dialogue to strengthen alliances, build acceptance, and advance equal rights, and
whereas Pacific Pride Foundation has become the foremost resource for LGBTQ+ community, providing high-quality, compassionate health and social service programs, both in Santa Barbara County and the coastal communities of California between Los Angeles and San Francisco, and
whereas Pacific Pride Foundation is proudly celebrating its 51st anniversary.
now therefore the City Council of the City of Carpinteria hereby designates June as Pride Month, and the City of Carpinteria reaffirms its commitment to recognizing June as Pride Month each year, commends Pacific Pride Foundation for its efforts to create a thriving and visible LGBTQ+ community, and celebrates the Foundation's 51st anniversary. In witness thereof, the mayor has hereunto set their hand and caused the official seal of the City of Carpinteria, California, to be affixed this 22nd day of June. And with that, Deja, we know you are virtual, but Brian, can we have this mailed to Deja? Perfect.
Certainly.
Great. Thank you, and thank you again, Deja, for accepting this proclamation. We will now move on to public information reports and announcements, and we will begin with a report from the 1st District Supervisor's Office.
And Mayor, Daisy's running a little late. She asked if we could hear her report after City Manager's report.
Yes, we can do that.
Thank you.
Okay, City Manager, you're up next.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, community members. Hopefully, all the department heads are also hearing that this item was moved up, and they're not waiting the extra minutes or so for the county report. So I'll start off with some city employee updates. And it was great to add Francisco again, as I'll say that was an existing position that was vacant and filled, and not a new position. Some of the current recruitments and statuses are our chief buildings inspector, plans examiner, still in the screening and application process, so they're reviewing those. And that's really it, where summer's kicked off, so all of those part-time positions have been filled, and recreation is going full steam ahead, and we'll get to hear from Tori Cutbirth a little bit later about some things that are going on there. And at this time, not seeing one individual that I'm looking for, I'm going to actually skip ahead to the Fix It Fair impact report that we said we would bring back to you. And so Tatiana is here from our Environmental Sustainability Division to give you an update on that. Were you there the whole time? No, I didn't see you.
All right, so you want to, I'm not sure I can't see, it's one of those. Go ahead and enable. Yeah, there you go.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. My name is Tatiana Suriel, Environmental Program Specialist, and today I will present a brief impact report on the 2026 Fix It Fair that took place on May 30th of this year. So first of all, why do events like this matter? Human consumption has accelerated at an alarming rate, and waste systems globally are reaching capacity. Many household goods like electronics, textiles, small appliances make up a large share of our landfills and are contributing to greenhouse gas emissions. While these items may be repairable, they are often discarded due to convenience, limited repair access, and a culture of replacement. Here in Carpinteria, we see community repair as a sustainable strategy or a small-scale solution to address this issue. By making repairs accessible, extending product life cycles, and accelerating the circular economy, we can foster community relationships and a shared responsibility for sustainability in our community. From an environmental standpoint, the opportunity was clear. Prevent waste, reduce demand for new manufacturing and disposal, all while extending the lifespan of consumer goods and reducing household costs. So Carpinteria's response, an annual Fix It Fair. While we have only hosted one event prior to this year, this is a global movement. First originating in the Netherlands, we are now seeing this happening all across the Central Coast and California and the broader United States. Repair cafes happen in Santa Barbara very frequently, and we have been asked to consult organizers in Ventura and Camarillo as of recent. They are also taking place in major cities like Los Angeles and San Francisco and internationally across Europe and Canada. That being said, we had some really exciting results this year. An estimated 700 pounds of waste were diverted from landfills, approximately $2,200 in avoided replacement costs, and reduction in the associated carbon emissions. We engaged over 100 individuals in repair activities or workshops and sustainability activities, such as linoleum block printing of stained t-shirts that may have otherwise been donated or thrown away. We hosted 17 community volunteers and city staff, including collaborating with over 10 local businesses, organizations, and individuals from Carpinteria and Santa Barbara, and ultimately identified that electronics, small appliances, and textiles were the major waste streams, and we were able to successfully repair or salvage 96% of those items that came through our doors. Here you can see some of the event outcomes a little more clearly. So over 90% of the repair attempts were successful. Volunteers were there to help whether they had repair skills or not. We hosted several general volunteers showing great community support. And there was additional foot traffic from passers-by that indicated broader community curiosity and engagement in the event. The data also indicated that the most common items brought in for repair were knives for sharpening, small appliances, clothing and textiles, electronics, which will be very helpful for planning next year's event and recruiting volunteers. Here you can see the exact breakdown of the most common repair requests. Many repairs were relatively minor, which suggests that products are often discarded despite being repairable with basic troubleshooting or maintenance. And despite not being a traditional repair category, knife sharpening was the most popular event or category this year, roughly 48%, and it highlights the importance of preventative maintenance and reducing waste, extending product lifespan, and encouraging a culture of repair and reuse. The second most popular category was appliances and electronics, making up almost 25%, followed by clothing and textiles at nearly 16%, and so on. As any event should, we also learned some great lessons that we will take with us next year to grow and improve. We have plans to improve our check-in and check-out system to make it more efficient for attendees, refine data collection methods so we have even more interesting information to present to you, and improve the event flow, attendee experience, recruit additional repair volunteers specifically for appliances, find ways to recognize volunteers in hopes that it can support year-to-year retention, and ultimately use this opportunity to offer additional sustainability education and presentations throughout the event while we have our residents' interest. The Sustainability and Environment Division was thrilled to have such strong community support, including from the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Department, and we cannot wait to host an even more successful event next year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Any questions for Tatiana?
Just a comment. I just want to call out Tatiana and Delaney Millar and Tori Cupworth. The three of you, in addition to additional city staff, did so much work leading up to this event that I think it shows in the impact that it made. So wonderful work. Thank you for providing this service for our community.
Thank you.
Oh, my mic was on. I was asking her, it sure didn't seem like her first presentation to council. She did such a great job. She said it was her second, which I still think is very amazing. So thank you, Tatiana. And now going to turn it over to our Community Development Director, Nick Bobroff, to give us updates on development applications.
Thank you, Michael. Good evening, Mayor Alarcon and council members. I have just one update for you this evening. And I've reported on this the last couple council meetings, but I wanted to just bring it up one more time for the benefit of anybody in the community who's watching and who hasn't heard this yet. But we just recently released the notice of preparation for the environmental impact report that will be prepared for the farm project. This is the 192 residences proposed next door on the Tea Time property. The NOP comment period is open until July 10th, and the purpose for this comment period is to solicit feedback from public agencies and members of the public on what they think the environmental impact report that will be prepared for that project should look at in terms of potential environmental effects, proposed mitigation measures, and possible project alternatives. So again, we're soliciting public comment on that environmental impact report until July 10th, and we will also be holding an informational public scoping meeting here in the council chambers next Tuesday, June 30th, starting at 5:30 p.m. And at that scoping meeting, we'll give an overview of the proposed project and of the review process for the project, including the EIR process. And members of the public will have an opportunity to ask clarifying questions or make comments verbally about what they want to see addressed in the EIR. As always, we've got all of this information up on our city website for the project information page, and the easiest way to find that is to scroll to the bottom of the homepage and look for the button that says the farm project and click on that, and that'll take you to a direct link where we've got everything and more that you could want to know about the farm project. And that's all I have for you tonight, unless you have any questions for me.
Thank you once again for reminding the public. I do have a question about where public comments on this can be sent. Are they sent to where are these comments best directed?
Through the mayor, councilmember mayor, thank you for that question. The best place to send them to make sure that they don't get misplaced or lost is to the special email address that we've set up for this project. It's thefarmproject@carpinteriaca.gov. So it's literally the farm project. Make sure you have the in there. We have had a number of folks submitting emails through just the general public comment email portal. We're doing our best to capture all those. So if someone, accidentally sends it to there or doesn't remember the farm project at carpinteriaca.gov, we're gonna try to track those down and make sure they get folded into the compendium. But the best place is that dedicated the farm project email.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Will the scoping meeting be televised?
Mayor Alarcon, yes, we will have it televised. I was looking for Mindy for confirmation, but
Great.
she said yes.
And this meeting will also be staff-led, is that correct?
We'll have city staff helping lead it in conjunction with some of the consultants that the city contracted with for preparation of the EIR.
Okay. And then will the developers be there, or?
It sounds like they will have
Okay.
some of their project team here in attendance, but as of right now, they don't have a defined role in the hearing other than just to take in information.
Okay. And so this, I just want to confirm that the scoping meeting, the one that's coming up on June 30th, really is the first kind of meeting where the public is going to be privy to what the plans are, what's been submitted, and,
So all that information's been made available on our city website, so it's up and available. Folks can look at it. They can scroll through the whole plan set and read the project description there.
yeah. But the first meeting in public or in
This will be
person,
the
I would
first,
say.
kind of public meeting to discuss this project specifically, yes, that the city's hosted.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions?
And just because it got brought up, I'm going to say it again, is that this, just to confirm, this does not count as one of our 5 review meetings.
Councilmember Mayor, that's correct. Anything to do with the environmental review process or the EIR does not count towards the 5 public hearing limit for the project.
Thank you.
No other questions? Thank you, Nick.
So just quickly, our Public Works Director, John Lawson's in the crowd in case there's any specific questions, but we do have updated flood insurance maps for the Carpinteria community, and those became effective on June 10th. These maps help identify areas with the highest risk of flooding and provide valuable information that communities can use to reduce flood risk and improve resilience. For more information, community members have on the updated flood insurance rate maps or the city's flood plain management regulations. They can contact our designated floodplain administrator, which is also John Lawson, and his phone number is 805-880-3402, or he can be reached at johni@carpinteriaca.gov. And he's happy to answer any questions here that you might have on our floodplain or flood insurance rate maps.
Quick question, John. If people want to find out whether they're impacted by the updated flood insurance rate maps, would they contact you directly, or can they find this information on the city website? How will that work?
Both, Vice Mayor Solorzano through the mayor. So flood insurance rate maps, the updated flood insurance rate maps actually can be seen in the FEMA website under the FEMA Map Service Center, or you could contact me directly or go to our city website under the Public Works Department webpage.
Great, thank you.
That was my question.
Okay. Are we doing any other outreach to let residents know that the maps have been updated?
Mayor, what I plan to do is publish brochures of the updated flood insurance rate maps for the general public to not necessarily read about the flood insurance rate maps themselves, but basically brochures of where to find them. So that is actually in the making. I'm glad that's a very good question. We are in the making of putting together, I'm just saying brochure. I actually don't know exactly what, but it's basically information that's going to go out to the general public. And the locations that I plan to put that out in is our city library, City Hall, of course, and perhaps maybe a city, at times, city newsletter, and maybe social media. So those are the avenues or the media that I plan to make this news more broadcast than this city manager's report. But yes, those are the particular efforts that I'm planning on doing.
Thank you.
Yes.
And with that, I'd like to bring up Tori Cuthbert. She's filling in for Jeanette Gant tonight for our Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Department to give some updates on all things Parks, Recreation, and Community Services.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I just have a few brief updates. So for Agewell, on Saturday, July 11th, from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., the city's Aquatics Division will host an Agewell Beach Safety and Accessibility Tour at the end of Ash, also known as Fourth Beach. The outing will feature presentations and demonstrations by local lifeguards who will showcase beach equipment that is available for rent and share important beach safety tips. Agewell will also be closed on Friday, July 3rd in observance of the Independence Day holiday. And for the community garden, on June 15th, the garden welcomed Art and Sensory Carpinteria homeschool group for an educational field trip. There were over 25 kids and parents who explored the garden, learned about fruits, flowers, vegetables, and also got to enjoy some hands-on activities, including feeding the worm composting bin, and also got to release ladybugs out into the garden together. So it was a really sweet time. So those are all of our updates tonight, if you have any questions.
Questions from council? No questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor. Normally, I start out by saying we don't cover everything and for people to look at the report. And tonight we did cover everything, but there are still some helpful links in there in case people want to follow up or get numbers for more information. So that concludes my city manager report.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions for the city manager? Seeing none, I will open up public comment for this item. I do not have any speaker slips. Do we have anyone via Zoom?
Mayor, we have no Zoom comment.
I will close. Yes, a hand raised.
Can I just say a couple comments?
For the city manager's report? Absolutely, come on up. Great, thank you. Speaker slip?
I just wanted to add to Nick's report about the farm. A couple of organizations here in town, Concerned Citizens of Carpinteria Bluffs and the Carpinteria Valley Association, have is going to partner with the Environmental Defense Fund for the farm project, which I think is going to be a different beast for the city in the sense of prior environmental impact reports. I think that's pretty important to get out to the public. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your comments, Ellen. And I will look back to the city clerk. Do we have anyone via Zoom?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
Okay, I will close public comment and we will move on, or we will move back up to hearing a report from our first district supervisor's office. Welcome, Daisy.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Nice to see you guys. Thank you for the flexibility. You guys are moving a lot faster than the freeway, let me tell you. Okay, so we'll start with housing in the unincorporated area. So nothing to report on the Van Wingerden 1 and 2 or Cravens Lane. Those are all still exactly where they were the last time we talked. No project for Van Wingerden 1 and 2, and Cravens Lane, the applicant is still addressing feedback. So the update on Baylord, this is from the Red Tail team. I reached out to them and confirmed with our planning and development department at the county. But they have withdrawn their builder's remedy application, and they have resubmitted under the by right as part of the rezone. So they submitted their coastal development permit application to the county on the 1st of June. And the county departments are in the middle of a 30-day review to review for completeness. I believe the City of Carp engineering team is reviewing preliminary drawings for consistency with city design standards. So that's what's happening on the review side. The evacuation study is mostly complete, and the applicant is meeting with the Carp Summerlin Fire Marshal to review that evacuation study in anticipation of sharing it with the Casitas Village HOA. I believe that next meeting with them is on July 2nd. And the next joint meeting between the city and Carp Summerlin Fire and the county and the Red Tail applicant is this Thursday, June 25th. So my goal is to, once the application has been deemed complete by the county, I would like to ask the applicant, the red tail applicant, to do a public presentation on what the project actually looks like. So I think that would be a good next step in terms of public participation and transparency. Any questions on that so far?
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm, we brought this up every time we've heard about the project. If there is in fact going to be any type of compensation made to the city of Carpinteria for the use of their streets, roadways, and the common municipal facilities units.
Yeah, I believe that's all being hammered out right now in between all the teams. So I don't have an answer for you yet, but hopefully when the applicant comes and does a presentation for you, they have an answer.
Okay, I would appreciate it if you could actually give me an update on those next time you come in with those. That would sure help us out, because pushing it down the road is only going to make it worse. We won't be able to stop it then.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'll see what I could do. So you're looking for.
We're looking to see if there's, again, any compensation that's going to happen with this project development should it go in place. It's going to take its toll on maintenance and upkeep within the city itself. Street maintenance, roadway maintenance, things like that. Includes utilities.
Great. I might ask the city team to chime in on that, because I believe that they would be the ones that would be hammering out those details, but I'll make sure that it's part of this monthly report.
Right. Well, it's a hard step only because it usually isn't brought up or addressed. Being two different jurisdictions makes it difficult. But I think in the case that we're working with right now, I think it's essential that the jurisdictions work together, make sure that this takes care of itself.
Definitely. I think this is an interesting project because it is on the border of the city and the county, unlike a lot of other projects in the county, that housing projects. There's usually some kind of a buffer, but in this case, there really is no buffer. So
The other point on it too, Daisy, is the fact that if you look at the emergency exit and evacuation areas, they all fall within the city, only because there's no other way out. So that makes it even worse.
That's something the fire marshal's working on, so.
Still, again, it's going to end up being in Carpinteria.
I believe me, you do not want me in charge of evacuation studies, so I'm going to let Fire Marshal LaMonaco
Thank you.
weigh in on that one.
I'm sorry, Daisy, can I interrupt for just a moment?
Yeah.
I'm wondering if staff, if you all have any input in terms of our participation in negotiating or working with the county as well as the developers on the specific issue that Councilmember Namur brought up.
Mayor Alarcon, whoa, that's very loud. Mayor Alarcon, thank you. And Councilmember Namur, we have started to have those discussions with the applicant team in the county. It's still at a very preliminary level, so I don't have anything specific to really share with you other than to say that I think our intention is to tee this item up for discussion with your council, most likely through a closed session meeting once we have enough information gathered.
Great, I appreciate that, and I just want to ensure that there's consensus amongst the council as well. I mean, I definitely am in line with what Councilmember Namur is saying, and it looks like the rest of the council is too, so we'll look forward to it.
By the way, this could also potentially be, I would say, support of actually having participation with the county on easing some of our enforcement laws, since they're going to be coming through the city itself. That would be the sheriff's department.
So it looks like we have some work to do on our end, and then we'll look forward to your update
Great.
come next month. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, perfect. Alrighty, so moving along, the cannabis update. 3 operators are in the appeals process, so they were sent license revocation notices, and they were allowed to appeal. So there are 3 operators that are appealing. They're in that process, and they have various trial dates, and the judge has 30 days to make a judgment. So we haven't heard any judgments quite yet. So that's where those are. And then community members can still report complaints through the county website. So countyofsb.org/4751/cannabis-program.
A quick question about that. I know you have mentioned this in a previous update, but while they're going through the appeals process, do they have to cease operations, or are they able to continue until they finish the appeals process?
Correct. They're able to continue until the appeals process is complete.
Okay, thank you.
So an update on unincorporated roads. There have been no overnight parking signs installed on the 101 side of Santa Claus Lane. So there were no parking signs on the ocean side, and now there are no parking signs installed on the wall of the 101 side. Alrighty.
Can I ask you a quick question about that?
Yeah.
How is the county enforcing that?
So the sheriff is the enforcement arm of it. So most of the time it's folks calling in, or it's patrols that the sheriff will do, and so that they'll ticket typically, and ticketing is the enforcement at this point.
Thanks so much.
And one other question on that. Is it large trucks that are parking there? Is it just...
It's predominantly RVs that are parked overnight. So now it's no overnight parking are the rules. So the idea is that people can use the beach access all day, every day, but not into the evenings.
Okay. And then I'll look to city staff. I'd be curious to know if those no parking signs will then kind of move some of those issues into the city of Carpinteria. So I'll just look to staff if we can keep an eye out on that and see if we see any changes or impacts, I should say.
Yeah, and on kind of the human side of things, our office is looking into finding more safe parking programs and finding more locations. We've been in touch with City Manager Ramirez about this, and so where can we find these parking lots that kind of serve this this goal? So if anybody listening or watching has a parking lot with lighting and a bathroom that is accessible, we would be happy to work with you. So we are looking for more places to move some of these nighttime RVs and cars.
It's my understanding that a lot of it is that it's a word of mouth, like beach camping. It's like because we have roadside beach camping just to the south of us that it's become sort of this word of mouth place. So I think that's a big question.
Yeah, and one of the challenges is that the fine is not very expensive. The fine is likely cheaper than most campsites. So it's, people have free will. They can rack up fines as much as they want. So we're looking into what we can do to increase those fines as well, but mostly hoping to find safe parking places to move people there first.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so moving on to the budget. The county supervisors just passed their fiscal year 2026-2027 budget. You all have been doing budget things. You know it's a difficult year for the state of California and counties and cities. So the supervisors did approve a $1.66 billion budget. And this really reflects quite a bit of cuts. We had to cut 300 positions. Most of those were vacant positions that are no longer going to be filled, but it does reflect 60 layoffs, mostly in the health and social services departments. Some of those layoffs might be coming back based on California state budget that is yet to be passed by the state. It may fill some of those critical healthcare positions, but currently we're at about 60 layoffs. And like I said, mostly in the health and social services department. So the health department, the goal was to not close any county clinics. So no county-run health clinics are closing, including the one in Carpinteria. I'll get more to how this affects Carpinteria in a second, but what this budget reflects is the county is closing 2 county-run pharmacies, one in Santa Barbara and one in Santa Maria. So the Lompoc pharmacy will still be operating. Parts of the cuts include eliminating in-house phlebotomy services or blood drawing. And so for those pharmacies and phlebotomy services, the county has shifted to outside providers like Walgreens for the pharmacy and Quest Diagnostics and Pacific Diagnostic Laboratories for lobotomy. And they should be the same price that patients were paying when they were paying with the county, and they should be within 2 miles of public health clinics. So it will be an inconvenience, but hopefully not too much of an inconvenience. Public health will also no longer be offering 4 specialties. That was nephrology, urology, neurology, and gastroenterology. All of these special services were being served out of the Santa Barbara Clinic, and there are about 800 patients, current patients across those 4 specialties, and each one of those patients is working with a public health caseworker to coordinate transferring their care to the right medical provider in our county. So the goal was no lapse in care, and the caseworkers are working to make sure everyone is still getting their care. So that's the goal. The county has launched a 24-hour information line to keep residents informed, and they can be reached at 805-681-5100. So if anybody is struggling that has been receiving care from county health, please direct them to this number or our office, and we'll do what we can to help them. So how does this affect Carpinteria's clinic? The Carpinteria Clinic did have some reductions in staff, but it does remain fully open to care. The current phlebotomy services are already performed with Quest Diagnostics and the Pacific's Laboratory, so there's no change in care at this time for the CARP Clinic. As for pharmacy services, the clinic will continue to have medications delivered to the clinic, but rather than being filled at the Santa Barbara Pharmacy, which is closing, it will be fulfilled at the Lompoc Pharmacy. So what that means is there'll probably be a next day pickup. Or patients can still utilize Walgreens and getting the 340B pricing. I know there's not a Walgreens here, so it's not very convenient. So it'll be a next day service to fill those prescriptions, which it has been. That's what I've been told. It's predominantly that way. Okay, so that's...
Can I have a quick question about that one?
Yeah.
So you said there was some staff reduction. Do you have a sense of how many? Because we recently had a presentation from that clinic, and they seemed like a pretty leanly run group to begin with.
I don't... It was hard to get a number on exactly the staff reductions because they get shifted over to other clinics. So the goal would be to shift them back over. I don't know exactly, but I can ask. I kind of think that number was still being hammered out by the time I asked about this.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so what does the budget fund? That was a lot of what it didn't fund. But what it does fund, and what I think is pertinent to Carpinteria, is it still funds $122 million for roads and parks and county facilities. There is $50 million in emergency reserves. We all talk about the next El Nino coming this year, and we think El Nino's showing up. We don't know if FEMA is going to show up, so having those $50 million in emergency reserves is critical. It also has $7.4 million for backfill for critical resources. So while the departments were facing pretty massive cuts, the supervisors did approve 7.4 to fill very specific positions within a lot of departments. So, bringing on, keeping a pediatrician here, keeping a social worker here. So that 7.4 is really distributed over a number of positions and services. It also funds a county film commissioner for 1 year of a pilot program. Something that is a little interesting about our county is we do not have an economic development department. And so our office brought forward this county film commissioner to see if we can bring about more economic development via a position that is trying to bring more production to the whole county. So hopefully this position creates more jobs, creates more opportunities for locals that want to work in the film industry, creates more business for catering companies and hotels, et cetera, et cetera. So we're hopeful that we can get a little bit of economic development proof of concept here. And then the last one is $250,000 for youth education funding. The supervisor didn't decide how what that looks like quite yet, whether that'll be $50,000 to each district or if it'll be one lump sum. So they pushed off how they're going to spend that money, but that was allocated for youth funding, and that is coming from the cannabis money, the cannabis funds. So that was the budget, and it was passed and it goes into effect July 1st. Great. Okay, a couple upcoming Board of Supervisors activities that I think are relevant to Carpinteria and our constituents here. Tomorrow is the Truth Act Forum. So the Truth Act stands for, Truth is an acronym, and it stands for Transparent Review of Unjust Transfers and Holds Act. And it's a state law from 2016, and it is essentially requiring local governments in jurisdictions where law enforcement has provided any ICE access to an individual, they have to hold that local governing body, so in this case the sheriff, has to hold a community forum to receive and consider public comment. So that is happening tomorrow at 2 o'clock at the Santa Maria meeting, the Board of Supervisors meeting. You can join that via Zoom. You can make public comment. You can find that information at the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors agenda and materials page. That'll be all the information in there. So what people can expect is the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office will share the data it's maintained regarding the number of ICE detainees and the demographic characteristics of those individuals, and whether or not ICE access was provided, whether ICE was provided access through a hold or a transfer or notification of request or other means. So it really is interesting to hear what the sheriff has to say. And these numbers are for 2025 as well. So that is the Truth Act Forum. And we do anticipate a lot of public comment and encourage it. So I really hope anybody that's interested is chiming in. Okay, and the next upcoming meetings that I think are relevant, on the 7th of July, the Board of Supervisors is hearing about their open space element. So the open space element is the county's, it's part of the state mandate, but it's the responsibility of the county to take care of open spaces, so trails and recreational areas and access to the beach, county beaches. And so they're looking for feedback from community members. There is a survey that you can take, you can fill out, I believe, through the end of this week. So the 26th, and I took it. It's 5 minutes. It's kind of a fun way to talk about what you like about living where you live and the type of outdoor recreation you enjoy. So please fill that out if you have an interest in how the county oversees the open spaces in our county. And so on the 7th, the board will be hearing about the results of that survey and making a recommendation. And then finally, on the 14th, the Board of Supervisors will cover the 2026 annual homelessness update, the utility solar amendments project, utility scale solar amendments projects as well. So what are going to be the rules governing how big solar projects will be installed in the county. And we have received comments from your community development team, so Mindy Fogg and Nick Bobroff, and we are having a meeting with our county planning and development department and your community development department, I believe, next week to incorporate some of their feedback on what they hope to see in terms of notification on projects that are in the city's vicinity. So that's happening. And then finally, there's the phase 1 of oil and gas prohibition. So the county last spring passed the phase out of oil and gas in Santa Barbara County. This will take presumably quite a long time. So this is the beginning of that. This is the beginning of hearing about the amortization studies and what we know so far about the status of oil and gas in our county. So you might be seeing these on upcoming agendas as phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 of phasing out oil and gas. So that is what the county's hearing for the next month. And then the Board of Supervisors is on a legislative break from the 21st of July through the 8th of August, and we'll resume meetings August 18th. So sorry, that was a lot to get through. Hopefully next month I have less to say because less will be going on.
Yeah, quick questions for you. You mentioned the cannabis grant coming back, revenues on that one. That was $50,000 or $250,000, I guess, I anticipate is what you're talking about. Because you said the split would be $50,000 per.
So the cannabis revenues from 2025, I believe, I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but I think they're roughly $800,000, and so those funds get distributed in various ways, and so one of those ways. So, for instance, the film commissioner, that was $150,000, and that came from that cannabis tax budget. And so then another one of those is the $250,000 for a youth education component. So that's what the supervisors are unsure how to divvy that up. Whether to create a youth commission and let youth representatives choose how to spend that money, or whether to give each of the 5 districts $50,000 to contribute to various groups. To be honest with you, it was a conversation that was taking a lot of time during a tight budget meeting, so they kicked the decision-making part of that, but they approved the sum. So that $250,000 came from the cannabis money.
And the reason I brought that up, it would probably be beneficial for us if Supervisor Lee were actually trying to push that along where the revenues actually were sourced out of, where the funds came from. It'd be nice to have it balanced out equally, as opposed to being split 5 ways. If we are, for example, the Valley is the major contributor, one of them. It'd be nice to see that funds coming back in a balanced form.
I'm a little confused as
Based on the tax where it was paid from, if in fact the production of those and the funds for those revenues came from one specific area or a group of specific areas, it seems beneficial that since those resources were tapped in from those specific areas, Carpinteria being one in the Valley, that we would get, I would say, a percentage based on what the revenues were at.
Supervisor Lee did suggest that, actually.
Good man.
And
follow up on that.
Supervisor Lavanino said, well, maybe it should go to the districts that supported it in the first place. So there was a bit of a debate on the stage. Yes, we can come back to that, though. All right, any other questions?
I just have a quick question about the solar projects. It says utility scale. Do we have any utility scale solar projects in the county?
We do have utility scale solar projects in the county, actually in the 1st district out in Cuyama, which most people don't know is part of the 1st district. But there are very large solar projects out there. I do not think there are any in this area, though. Yes, but we do have some.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? No questions. Thank you for that report.
Okay,
Appreciate
thank
it.
you.
I will now open up public comment on the first district supervisor's report. I do not have any speaker slips. Do we have anyone via Zoom?
We do, Mayor. Our first speaker is Lorraine McIntyre. Lorraine, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council and staff. And listening to the first supervisor's report regarding the Red Tail development, and rather than leave it up to chance that the city would get compensated or reimbursed somehow for the imposition of the development, is there any consideration the city has of passing some kind of ordinance where there would be an easement or a development fee for right-of-way? Is there something the city could be doing now, not so much to target Red Tail, but any development that borders the city property, something for the city to consider doing rather than us being sitting ducks waiting until negotiations do or do not happen in that regards? So thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Lorraine.
Then our next speaker is Carl Sonkin. Carl, go ahead.
Yes, what Daisy did not talk about during her presentation was the fact that the developer still insists on wanting to use part of city property, e.g. the alley behind the Birch Street homes in the Casitas Village. They want to use part of that alley there as part of their emergency exit. And when they if there is, God forbid, some sort of emergency where their project has to be evacuated, cars will be flowing down that alley, and also will be blocking people in the Birch Street projects from backing out of their garages. So I think that's a real thing that we need to look into, and possibly something that our city side should take to their next meeting with the developers, who, as I said, are insisting on using that piece of city property there. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Sonkin.
And Mayor, that concludes Zoom comment.
I will close public comment. And yes.
One quick question, or actually comment, something to consider. This is for the city itself and city staff. Currently, it's the developers that go through the process of the approval process, that getting permits, things like that. However, in the case that we are talking about, it won't be the developer that's going to be pushing the funds forward to help out the city. That would probably be something they came from, or a diff fee, something like that. So I think that would be something I'd like to see the staff actually take a look into, see what the impacts of cost-wise is going to be for that one, and then negotiate that with the county as opposed to developers, because they won't take it anywhere. Their hands are tied basically with the permitting from the county.
Okay, any other comments from council? Okay, no other comments. Okay, we will now move on to public matters not on the agenda. And we will begin with our first speaker slip, Dr. Jib Campos. Welcome.
Got to read with these now. Okay, good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. 18 months ago, 2 members of the Carpinteria Cultural Foundation Board requested that our historical monument proposal be placed on a city council agenda, following the advice of City Manager Michael Ramirez. At the time, we believed our proposal was well-researched and worthy of consideration. That did not prove to be the case. One council member expressed the view that the project required additional research and stronger evidence of community support. Aside from one other council member, the council appeared to agree, and the matter did not move forward. Today, we return 18 months of doing, today we return 18 months of doing exactly what was asked of us. We have publicly unveiled every panel of the monument and shared the historical significance behind each one. We have published a 6-part educational series through the Coastal View News, and we are grateful for their support in helping inform the community about the project. We have also presented to key civic organizations throughout the valley, as well as local residents, business owners, community leaders, and stakeholders. The response has been overwhelmingly positive. We have gained broad community support and genuine enthusiasm for the project. The monument celebrates the people and stories that have shaped Carpinteria's past, present, and future. It is a carefully researched educational project created by local artist Rick Sharp and supported by historians, community organizations, donors, and residents throughout the valley. Importantly, the project comes at no cost to the city of Carpinteria. It is a fully funded gift to the community. In addition to preserving and sharing our history, it will enhance the Linden Avenue Plaza and create a destination the residents, schools, and visitors can enjoy for generations. The Carpinteria Cultural Foundation has done its homework. The community has spoken. The support is there. We respectfully ask that this project be placed on a city council agenda as soon as possible so it can receive the public discussion and consideration it deserves. Thank you for your time and consideration. And I just wanted to add that for people watching at home, that we have a video that I think pretty nicely outlines what this proposal is all about, and it has all the murals on it, and it is narrated. It's very nicely done. We're hopeful that we can get it up on our website before this week is over. We have presented it at the Alcazar Theater. We have done it for the Masonic Lodge. We've done it for the Lions and some other groups. But anyways, we hope to have this up on the website very, very soon. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Dr. Campos.
Thank you.
We will hear next from Emerita Som.
Good evening. I'm here to ask a few questions about, having looked at one of the agenda items that comes in later, but this is related directly to the budget, so that's why I'm speaking now. I'd like to know what our annual funding shortfall is. It's not exactly clear in the report. And also, there is a figure here that was pretty shocking to me, and it says that we have a $24 million deferred street and pavement maintenance that needs to be done in Carpinteria. And I thought, really? When did that happen? I mean, it couldn't have happened overnight. Did it happen 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago? I mean, all of a sudden we hear that we've got a $24 million deferred street and pavement maintenance. So, I mean, it was kind of mind-boggling to read that. And I just was, I mean, it has nothing to do with the sheriff's increased costs or anything. It seems like something is off, that all of a sudden we're hearing about this huge deferred maintenance. And it wasn't clear to me in the report what our total shortfall is. And I think that would be good information for the public to have. And if it's possible that when expenditures are made in the next budget, that each expenditure is really clearly stated, so not only does the city council understand it, but the residents understand it as well, like which program is it coming from? Is it under what category? You know, is this whatever? So that we don't have to, 5 or 10 years from now, find out that we have a $100 million deferred budget. I think it really needs to be addressed publicly. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I do not have any other speaker slips. Do we have anyone via Zoom?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
Okay, I will close public comment and bring it to the council for any questions. Yes.
Yeah, the first item that came up had to do with, I believe we decided on looking at it as art in public places. That was 18 months ago, and we told the group that we would come forward with a planning of that one, of art in public places, that was supposed to occur in January of this year. That was a year out. They were patient enough to wait for that one. My request would be that we could put this possibly on one of the future agendas, taking a look at that, and actually base, I would say, a hearing on the current way that we are running things. For example, the current process, and it's actually spelled out, is that the ARB would take a look at it first, the Architecture Review Board. It would go on to the Planning Commission and then to be ratified by City Council. An example of this, and this is when I served on the Architecture Review Board, most recent one I could think of was actually the Palm Lofts, where we have the Henry Fish logo is actually written on the corrugated siding. That was one of the last ones we did, and the other one that was probably even after that actually is our city logo. Our city logo ended up on this front of City Hall. Again, that was all done by the Architecture Review Board Planning Commission to us. So my request would be actually to see if we could in fact put this up on a future agenda, taking a look at it and seeing if in fact we can go with the current process we have, rather than waiting another year or so for plans to come forward with art in public places. So that's my request, and if I had anybody to support me, we could then decide if that's
And
the
I'd like
case.
to provide just a little bit of context, and I appreciate that history in terms of the current, or how it's been in the past in terms of the ARB, and it sounds like the last kind of, it sounds like it's been a few years, is that correct?
Quite a few years, and that's one of the other reasons why I'm wondering why we put art in public places when we may only be using it once every decade.
So Mike and I actually met with the group. It was May 15th or 16th, around there. And so one of the things that Mike and I had done or discussed was with the group was to ensure that there was an updated art in public places policy based off of the council discussion 18 months ago. And so our kind of promise was to give us 60 days to review the policy that was drafted by the city attorney, and then have Mike review it with city staff, and then come back to the council to introduce that, along with discussing the art in public spaces, this specific project itself.
Since this is up for discussion, one of the concerns I do have is that we already have this in place. It's costing us over $15,000 currently to go with this new policy and procedure. That's my biggest concern. If we already have it in place, why are we spending $15,000 of the public's money?
It sounds like our city attorney might want to.
Thank you, Mayor. Would encourage you all to set this item for a future discussion on a future agenda, given that it's not agendized for this meeting.
Thank
But
you very
certainly
much.
an important topic that we
Appreciate
look
it.
forward to discussing.
So that was my request.
I want to ensure that we are agendizing I want to make sure we're all on board with what exactly it is that we're agendizing. It sounds like there could potentially be two different things. One is the request from the group, which is to agendize the specific, the art in public spaces to go through the ARB model, or are we?
That is my request. It has nothing to do with any of the other ones. It was brought forward by public comment, and that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I think in terms of what I would like to agendize is going back to what the council originally discussed, which was the art in public places policy, along with discussing the ARB model.
I would agree with that. I think that we had a good discussion about why we wanted to go in that direction at the time. And from what I understand, our city manager can confirm, I believe that policy has been drafted or is nearing its completion. So it sounds like that's pretty much queued up now for to move forward with this process.
Yes, Vice Mayor, through the mayor, the plan was to get it to you probably by the second meeting in July.
I think that's a good timeline in terms of next steps.
I recognize that I was brand new to the city council when it was first brought forward, and I think in my mind, having a conversation about art in public places would have happened much more expeditiously. And being that I was, prior to being on city council, being a public person who spearheaded a public-private partnership with the city, if I had done all of this work and then was waiting 18 months for a process, that would be quite frustrating to me. So, to work with the public, to work with this group that is doing the work we've asked them to do, it doesn't feel quite right to make them continue to wait. That's how I feel. I think that, they've done the work we asked them to do. I think that if I would have, 18 months ago, if I would have known that this would take 18 months to get to this point, I probably would not have had the same opinion about going through this process. I just think it's only fair to the public that we work fast to see these projects, to let them see the sunlight and let them go through the process. And I think that we can do both concurrently, if you ask me. Like, we could allow this process to move forward and get this art and public places project moving forward too. So I'm not sure if that's helpful, but I sort of agree with Councilmember Nomura and the mayor to see that both things move forward quickly. This group has done a lot of work to get this done. They're out in the community. And like I said, as a person who has done that in the past, I recognize that when it's slowed down, it feels very frustrating when you've done all the work that the city's asked for you.
Mm-hmm.
Again, my concern is, and I don't mind, I think it sounds like it's going to be coming up in another month anyways. But again, I think we as a council, especially under these times where we have limited finances, we make sure that the decisions we make don't cost us more than that. Again, $15,000 for art and public places policy that's being put in place that may only be used once every decade, that seems a bit much when we have something in place right now.
And I would want to follow up with our city manager and maybe city attorney. I think from what I understood, part of the reason to have that policy is to protect the city going forward in terms of liability issues with different projects that might come forward, not with this one, but with future projects, to have something uniform in writing that the city can point to whenever there is an opportunity for public art to be in place.
Through the mayor, vice mayor, that's correct. The art and public places policy is designed to establish fair procedures for the city to approve art and public places.
And for me, I think that is the most equitable way to move forward. Just again, not just for this project, but for projects coming forward, so that we're being fair to the artists today and in the future who want to be able to display their artwork in Carpinteria. And on a related note, I know that we've been actually having a lot of policies have been coming forward from various departments in the city to kind of codify some of these more informal processes that we've had. And I think the city staff and the council has done good work in approving those various policies, whether it's in finance or in community development. I think that that's setting us up as a city to be as transparent and accountable to the residents as possible.
Through the mayor, Vice Mayor Solorzano, just to expand on my prior response, although on its face, an art and public places policy can seem fairly innocuous, it does have pretty significant First Amendment issues that the city needs to consider and make sure are addressed to ensure that the process is fair and that it's that when the city is authorizing this type of art, that it qualifies for ideally governmental speech, or that we establish a framework so that it's not implemented in a discriminatory manner.
Yeah, thank you.
So it sounds like we are going to go primary instead of going one at a time. We are doing both simultaneously. That's what we are asking here of them. In other words, they are going to have to wait for the policy still to be put in place before we could move forward with it. Again, my recommendation was actually to put this on the agenda for approval of just as one specific project while we hammer out the art and public place policy.
I would agree with Councilmember Nomura on that.
I think for me, I would be concerned, again, just for future projects to not make a special case for anybody. I think as a city, we really owe it to the residents to use the same baseline of consideration for all projects. And I just think that's the most responsible thing to do, just since we do have this policy now that is going to be coming to us, to be able to use that to really make sure everyone's on even footing and has the same opportunities to be showcased in the public right of way.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, through the mayor, I think going back to Mac's original comment and not wanting to get too deep on this without being agendized, I'm happy to bring back that policy along with the conversation that was suggested about the previous one. It will help shed some light on, the new policy and maybe why it's needed, and also maybe why the council could decide why it's needed or not needed in this one particular instance. And so if the council's okay, I can bring back both the policy and information on the previous projects and share them together, and then the council could have the full discussion at that time.
Yeah, I would appreciate that. I think that gives the council all of the information that we need to move forward and make a quick decision, not only for us in policy's sake, but for this group who has done quite a bit of work. So I'm on board with that. Is there consensus amongst the council?
Yes.
Saying yes. Okay.
One other one I hate to bring up, but I think we should probably also make sure that we do keep this transparent. So if anybody has actually worked with this group in the prior times in history, that we make sure we have any disclosures if they served on the board or anything like that.
Oh yeah, I've served on the board.
Thank you.
I did too, many years ago.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Glad we have that in public comment. Thank you.
Great. Okay. My other question, or a question in terms of the other public comment that we received, was just in terms of the $24 million in deferred maintenance. I know that's later it's in a report where we'll be discussing the sales tax. But I feel as though I recently saw a staff report saying that we had $14 million in deferred maintenance. So I'm not sure if staff can address that question and where those $24 million came from.
Yeah, Mayor. So there's many different ways you can look at these numbers. For that specific one, I decided to use our 5-year CIP, which is on the website. I went and looked at all the pavement projects that we have scheduled on there. We haven't done the 23. There's a 24, a 25, a 26. And I added up all of those projects that we have not done. In all actuality, have the cost of those projects likely increased since this was the 5-year CIP was done? But it seemed easier to set a number that people could actually go to a document and see, rather than another number that they couldn't actually reference in a document. The city would have to eventually to do a design. There different things with the soil and the status of the roads at that time, and then actually get a bid to know what the amount is. But I think it's safe to say that it's at least $24 million based on the engineer's estimates when the 5-year CIP was completed.
Great, thank you. Yes.
One other question on that too, Michael, just for clarification. How often were these done previous to this year or this cycle? In other words, we went back 5 years. Prior to that, when was the last one done?
Sorry, Councilmember Nomura, the 5-year CIP?
No, the 5-year roadway evaluation, streets maintenance. And before that?
Yeah, looking over at Brian Barrett, who was formerly working in Public Works, so that's how he knows was 2022.
Exactly, but then before that, I don't think we were doing it but every 10 years from what I recall, but I may be wrong.
Yeah, and we're also planning, and that's part of some of the next steps as we've been talking about our 5-year financial plan, is that we're also going to bring back and do another pavement assessment to see actually where the roads are now. You can go onto our website and see the information that was gathered from the last time we went through this process, but wanting to see what the status is now and what we would be looking at to be able to revise these amounts. That's going to be part of some of our upcoming work for this next year.
Yes.
I think something that's important is that, this is not a deferred maintenance that we all of a sudden discovered. It's always been there. We've known about it. It's just the amount of money is I guess what the shock is when you add it all up. But it's really an arbitrary number. I mean, in the future, it could be a bigger number or a smaller number.
Councilmember Clark, through the mayor. So, that's correct. Cities can set standards for their PCI and with pavement condition index, and that's one way, an objective way for a city to say, hey, we'd like an average pavement condition index of a certain number, and the city standard can change for what they're looking to maintain. And yes, to sort of kind of talk about this, and I think I've shared this before, so all of these projects that were imagined, the 22, the 23, 24, 25, and so on, as Measure X was being passed, and there was this thought that they had these 4 projects and they were going to go around the city in order, and we were going to get one done and move to the next, and so they were all set sort of in zones. And it wasn't, long after we did our first pavement that we saw the 11% and the 19% and 13%, I'm forgetting the exact numbers, but increases in the sheriff's contract. And then very quickly, the amount of money that we had discretionary available from Measure X decreased rather swiftly. And so after we completed that 2022 pavement project, we didn't have the funding to go on and do the 2023. We also had I think a $2 or $3 million grant that the city ended up not receiving that also had a major impact on us finishing the 2023. So that's kind of how we got to those amount of projects, and over the last few years, them not being done.
Are there any other questions for staff? Okay. Seeing none, we will now move on to the consent calendar. And I will open up public comment for the consent calendar.
Wait. Thank you, no one else.
I will now open up comment for the consent calendar. I do not have any speaker slips. Do we have anyone via Zoom?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
Okay, I will close public comment, and I will bring it back to the council.
I move to approve the minutes of the regular meetings held May 26th and June 8th, 2026, to receive and file the warrant register for the period of June 1st through June 12th pursuant to the Carpinteria Municipal Code, Section 2.08.150F, to receive and file the report on contracts executed by the city manager for the period of May 5th through June 1st, 2026, to adopt resolution number 6484 approving the capital asset policy, to adopt resolution number 6483 amending the conditions of employment between the city of Carpinteria and management and miscellaneous personnel for the period of July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027, and to authorize the city manager to implement the changes effectively July 1st, 2026.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. And we will now move on to administrative matters, item number 11.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Tonight I am presenting a proposed agreement with Clean Harbors Environmental Services, Inc. for household hazardous waste collection and hazardous waste emergency response services. Since 2019, the city has regularly partnered with Clean Harbors to support our annual Household Goods and Hazardous Waste Day and our biweekly antifreeze, batteries, oil, and paint, or more commonly known as our ABOP collection program. While we currently use Clean Harbors for collection, the city does not have a formal agreement in place for hazardous waste emergency response. As a result, staff must procure services on an incident-by-incident basis, which can create inconsistent procedures, variable costs, and potential response delays. This agreement would establish a single, reliable provider for both routine collection and emergency response. Clean Harbors is one of North America's largest hazardous waste management firms, providing collection, transportation, disposal, and emergency response services. Over the last 7 years, Clean Harbors has provided consistent and reliable service to the city. Clean Harbors is a participating vendor in a cooperative purchasing agreement administered through Omnia Partners, a national public sector purchasing organization. Omnia Partners contracts are competitively solicited by a lead public agency and are publicly awarded and nationally accessible, ensuring the best possible price for services. This agreement complies with the city's procurement policy and satisfies formal bid requirements through cooperative purchasing. The proposed agreement covers 4 annual household waste pickups, costing $5,000 per pickup or $20,000 per year. These pickups are to pick up waste generated by our ABOP program. These occur roughly quarterly. And the second is the annual Household Goods and Hazardous Waste Day event, which is about $40,000 per event. At this event, Clean Harbors staff collects hazardous materials in real time from residents and hauls it away after the event. We just hosted this event on June 13th. We'll share a full summary with council in the next city manager's report, but I can tell you that over 300 residents attended this year, which highlights how important this service is to our community. And lastly, hazardous waste emergency environmental response services. This would cost about $10,000 per year. This is a precautionary cost to cover any costs associated with illicit discharge or hazardous material spill cleanup services that can't be fully addressed by first responders. While the Public Works Maintenance Team and Fire District can respond to many spill incidents, larger, more complex events may require specialized equipment, containment, cleanup, transportation, and disposal services. For example, if an oil spill enters a storm drain, a vacuum truck would be needed, and a place for that material to be disposed of would also be needed. Clean Harbors is prepared to respond to a wide variety of environmental emergencies. Also under this agreement, Clean Harbors would serve as the generator of record for materials, which significantly reduces the city's administrative and regulatory compliance responsibilities. The proposed 2-year agreement has an annual cost of $70,000. Funding for the first year is included in the current 2-year budget, and funding for the second year will be included in the next 2-year budget cycle. This agreement provides cost predictability, ensures continuity of essential services, and supports compliance with state and federal hazardous waste regulations. Staff recommends that the City Council authorize the City Manager to execute the agreement with Clean Harbors Environmental Services for household hazardous waste collection and hazardous waste emergency response services in the amount not to exceed $140,000 over a 2-year term. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, council members, just to add something in terms of financial considerations, the agreement, what's before you is agreement where no additional funding is being requested because the first year of the agreement is funded in the current 2-year budget. The second year will be funded through the next fiscal year 27-28 2-year budget. So there is no, what's before you, the agreement for the remaining part of this fiscal year, or fiscal cycle, excuse me, and the next fiscal cycle, there is no funding being requested for any appropriation for this service. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Yeah, just a couple quick questions. For the emergency environmental response, it sounds like that's the new part of this contract where it was being done on kind of this ad hoc basis. What are some of the improvements that we're getting by going this route instead of doing it incident by incident?
Yeah, thank you for your question through the mayor. It's more of a way to formalize a procedure. When an emergency happens, we want to know exactly what to do, and the easiest way to do that is to know who to call. And we can also build a relationship with individuals at Clean Harbors. That's really important, especially if we're not pleased with the way an operation goes. So having this formalized just makes things a lot safer and a lot clearer, and it also locks in prices, so we're not surprised when we call someone out for a response. We know exactly what that's going to cost, and there's not going to be any hidden fees or questions.
Great, thank you. And then the household hazardous waste collection, I know that's a very popular program that for the community. Are the numbers of participants in that, have they been pretty steady? Is it something where more people are participating every year, or does it fluctuate?
Yeah, through the past few years, it's stayed pretty stable. We're doing a lot more data collection now. Last year, we had about 354 individuals come. This year, 335, so it has gone down slightly. But we did have to reschedule this event, so there's other factors that go into this too. Another thing is we've been advertising our ABOP events more, and I even was handing out flyers on the day of Household Goods and Hazardous Waste Day, because some people are coming with materials that they could drop off at ABOP without having to wait in the long line. Sometimes we get people that come with just household batteries, but they don't know that they can come to City Hall or the library anytime to drop those off. So part of the reason for the slight decline might be for that reason as well.
Got it. That makes sense. Thank you.
So just so that I understand, so the $10,000 for the emergency environmental response, we pay like to keep them on retainer essentially.
So we're not paying them at all. It's just budgeted for in the event that we will need.
Okay, that's helpful. So the money is there if we need it, but it's not getting spent if we don't need it.
Yes, and it'll go back into the fund and can be appropriated.
Great.
For
And
future.
then I have another question, which is where are these funds coming from? Are they coming from the general fund, or are they coming from a special?
They're coming from the AB 939 fund.
That's what thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Mayor, if I can add, just for those who don't speak government, our AB 939 is our solid waste fees that we collect, and that fund is also the amount that we collect is based on the staff time that's connected to it and programs like this. And so in theory, if you discontinued certain services, we'd have to relook at the fee, but our current fee is based on the staffing and services that we currently provide.
Great. Okay, seeing no other questions, I will open up public comment. I do not have any speaker slips. Do we have anyone via Zoom?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
Okay, I will close public comment and bring it back to the council for a motion.
I'll move to authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Clean Harbors Environmental Services Incorporated for household hazardous waste collection and hazardous waste emergency response services in an amount not to exceed $140,000.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Solorzano?
Aye.
Councilmember Clark?
Aye.
Councilmember Mayer?
Aye.
Councilmember Nomura?
Aye.
And Mayor Alarcon.
Aye. Great. Okay, and before we move on, I'll just ask for a 10-minute break.
Oh, and Mayor,
Oh,
I'm
yes.
sorry. I believe we do have a speaker slip for item number 10, which was on the consent calendar. If you're willing to
Oh, I'm
open
so
up
sorry.
public
Yes.
comment again for the consent calendar right now.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. Alan Koch, welcome. And I just want to say that item number 10 is to adopt resolution number 6483, amending the conditions of employment between the City of Carpinteria and management and miscellaneous personnel for the period of July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027, and authorize the city manager to implement the changes effective July 1st, 2026. And I apologize for missing that.
No problem. City council, staff, city attorneys, I appreciate the opportunity to comment on this consent calendar item. And I want to put it in the context of the structural budget deficit that we're facing. And I also want to make another statement that this has nothing really to do with how hard all our staff work, okay? high-quality work and high quantity of work. Have a couple questions just about compensation, benefits, and retirement program. I want to give another positive plug for the exempt employees. I just found out that after a 2-week period, they could get a Friday off. But I know exempt employees. I was one for 30 years in the banking industry, and that you work Monday through Friday more than just 8 hours a day. So I think that's a great thing to do for especially mental health of the staff. I really have a couple questions here about the annual base salary assumptions. Okay, I'm just literally reading this. This is my third time I read it since I printed it out last night. I'm in the base wage adjustments 3.3. And I see that there's a cost of living adjustment approved by city council shall be reflected in the salary schedules adopted by the resolution of the city council. So my real question there is that, is that available for all employees? I understand we have SEIU employees, but there's a cost of living available for exempt and part-time or non-exempt, non-SEIU? That's my first question there, because I don't recall seeing anything that this is effective the first pay period in July. I haven't recalled seeing anything in any council agenda items for an approval of this as to what is the CPI that they use. The second question that I have, I see performance-based merit increases. And again, and instead of motivating your employees, everybody should have a performance review on an annual basis. I do see that there is a salary range for each position, and then there's this merit increase matrix. So my question would be that, can an employee get both a performance increase in the year and a CPI? Okay, that's very, very different than private industry. Last, I just have one question about the pensions. There's something called classic members and public employee pension reform members. And does classic members mean that prior to 2013, they did not have any contribution to their retirement? So that's it, just related to this. Just like to understand what levers that the city has when we have the city manager come back with a plan to address the structural deficit that we've been living under.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
You take a break.
Yeah. So I will officially close public comment, and I'll just look to our city manager or our attorney to answer any of those 3 questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Because this is a consent calendar item and has already been approved, if we are going to discuss the item, I'd ask that there be a motion of the council to reconsider agenda item 10, then we would pull it off, and a motion to pull it off the consent calendar, in which case we'll present the item and try to answer and respond to the questions if you want to hear that during this meeting. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do we have a motion to pull that item off the consent calendar and hear a staff report and ask some questions?
I would be willing to pull it and have the staff answer those questions.
We have a second. So we have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. That was first step. What was the second step?
Sorry, so it was, if you'll also agree to reopen the item where we had a vote on the consent calendar, and so I'd ask that there be a motion to reconsider the item.
Will you amend that motion to
include
reconsider?
both?
So amended.
Okay.
First, and will you second that? First, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Great. So can
Mayor,
we?
Yeah, I'll do best to touch on all of those, and I also have Teresa Lacine here to assist. So in response to the question, is the cost of living adjustment increase available for all So the answer to that is for SEIU, it's in their current contract. So was approved when their contract was approved. Answer is yes. For non-SEIU, excluding myself, the city manager, it is approved as part of the budget process, but isn't a given. So the answer to that is yes, it is available. And for the city manager position specifically in the contract between me and the city, there is no cost of living adjustment increase. So the answer to that would be the CPI that is used is it's agreed upon in advance with SEIU, and it's March to March currently. And I believe this year that was 3.6% CPI. And so again, that's based on March to March, and that's what is that region? Urban wage earners for a specific region. It's the commonly used one for CPI increases, but if there's a specific question about the category of it, happy to find that and pull that up. Regarding the performance-based merit increase and whether it would be available to all, so the purpose of the CPI is to stop staff from going backwards. So when you get a CPI increase, in theory, if you did not get one, your money would be 3.6 less. So we do that to keep them steady. The performance-based merit increase is, in some cases, for SEIU based on a step system, and for others, it's just whatever percentage within their range. It is capped at 5%. There was a time where it was recommended the city have a larger performance base, and it was based on other issues. At that time, the city was real far behind, and they thought that would help to get wages caught up. I felt like we were in a good position, and understanding our budget position, have capped that at 5%, which is pretty standard for neighboring agencies, and that's been capped for, I think, this year and the last 2 years at least. But people are eligible for CPI and performance merit increase. And I didn't get the whole question on the classic versus PERS or PEPRA, but I can say that anybody, I believe that's hired before January 13th, I don't know why that's coming out, but is it? Yeah, maybe that's why the 13's there. Yeah, so January in 2013, if you were hired before that, you're considered a classic employee, and it just means that PERS calculates your retirement differently. After that date, it's PEPRA, which is the Public Employment Pension Reform Act, and that just changed the pension formula. It's obviously not as good as the classic one is, and so that was part of getting a hold of pensions for cities that were struggling keeping up with those. But I didn't catch if there was a specific question in there about classic versus PEPRA. Happy to.
Employee contribution.
I'll have to look to Teresa on what the employee contribution is for. Yeah, I'll get. Yeah, so it's 8% that the employees contribute.
I think the question was, did the classic employees get no pension whatsoever? They didn't pay in. I think that was what his question was.
Yeah,
or something like that.
In this instance, all employees, whether PERS or classic, contribute.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you for answering those questions, and I appreciate the council for opening up item number 10 again. And thank you, Alan, for asking those questions. And we will now take a break, and we will be back in 10 minutes.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Oh, yes.
We'll need to reapprove the motion or have take a motion on whether or not to approve Resolution 6483.
Okay.
As read by title only.
May I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second. We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. Motion passes. Thank you. And welcome back to the Carpinteria City Council meeting. Today is June 22nd, 2026, and it is 7:36 p.m. and we are returning with the public hearing, item number 12, which is resolution number 6481, declaring the intention to vacate a portion of Olive Avenue.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. Good evening. What is before you is an intent to vacate a portion of Olive Avenue. And Olive Avenue, for context or actually orientation, the map is part of your city council staff report. I've also put up here on screen that particular map. Also for the benefit of the public of where this particular street vacation is being proposed. So the impetus of this particular vacation process is at the request of the Carpinteria Sanitary District, where a letter of request is provided in your staff report. And this particular portion of Olive Avenue is proposed for a protective flood wall and electrical equipment improvements, which will support the construction and operation ultimately for the future advanced water purification facility component of the Carpinteria Advanced Purification Project, which I'll be using the acronym CAP, C-A-P-P. Like I mentioned, the letter of request is part of your staff report. I do have also in the audience the general manager and the district engineer of the Carpinteria Sanitary District, Craig Murray, should you have any questions regarding the particulars of the improvements, namely the protective flood wall and electrical equipment improvements. Craig will be able to speak to that better than I could in terms of details, but as part of this process, it is more mainly the intent to vacate, and I will speak to that. So with that, before the process is coming before you, the city actually had to go through the Planning Commission for purposes of making sure that the intent to vacate conforms or is consistent with the general plan and the local coastal plan. And that was on September 2nd, 2025. So almost a year from now that this particular matter was before the Planning Commission. So why so long till now? So because of another step in the process, and because the city is part of a coastal zone, this particular property or city right-of-way was required to go through the Surplus Land Act, or SLA, an acronym I'll be using. And the SLA has a particular process whereby the city is required to provide written notice of availability, or NOA, for open space purposes. So this particular piece of property technically is right-of-way. Because of the Surplus Land Act, that particular process had to be performed or conducted before this came to City Council. And the SLA, if you have any questions regarding that particular process, the City Attorney's Office is here to explain the more in depth into that particular SLA. What Public Works Department is here has come before you is really the street vacation process in terms of the Streets and Highways Code, the California Streets and Highway Code. So with that, this particular resolution that's before you, this resolution number 6481, does not necessarily yet vacate this particular portion of Olive Avenue. What it does is it just announces to the general public that the City Council is intending to vacate this, because the next public hearing, which in this street vacation process is tentatively scheduled for July 27. That July 27 public hearing will be the actual vacation of the street. So what is before you is a Streets and Highways Code procedure or process to announce the city, your body's intention to vacate this particular right-of-way or portion of right-of-way. And with that, that concludes my report pending any questions. Thank you.
Do we have any questions?
Yeah, just a couple quick questions. Just for anyone in the public who isn't familiar with that area, is that particular piece of land used by the public for walking or parking or anything like that?
Thank you for the question, Vice Mayor. Through the mayor, this particular portion of Olive Avenue, it is technically a dead end or a terminus street. So there are no curbs and gutters. There is pavement. We actually street sweep a portion of this, or this particular part of Olive Avenue. But for any pedestrian access, it's inaccessible because on the south end of what's highlighted here in green, the south end, there's actually another property. So you would be trespassing into another property. So this is literally a dead end street.
Mm-hmm. And then in the staff report, there were those. It sounds like there were two different parties that were responding to the Surplus Lands Act, but then they both withdrew their interest. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, I mentioned the written notice availability, or NOA, so that was part of the process of procedures. So two interested parties submitted a written interest of the particular area there, and our city attorney's office and these particular individuals or these parties were contacted to clarify what this particular intent is, and based on the clarification of this vacation, it was not meant to be developed, and being that these particular parties understood that this is city right-of-way, they withdrew or rescinded their interest.
Mm-hmm. Because they weren't able necessarily to use it in the way that they might have wanted if it wasn't in the right-of-way? Is that the reasoning behind it?
That's basically the reason,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions? Yes.
Yeah, John, quick question for you. On this one here, it's kind of like one of the first times we've seen this one. Was there one of the subcommittees within the council that was actually with you involved with reviewing this? Just curious, because it seems like it would be a stretch for any of the subcommittees we have, joint committees.
Councilmember Nomura, through the mayor, no, it did not go to any of your council subcommittees. This is like you mentioned, Councilmember Nomura, it might have been a stretch even if I were to bring it in front of, let's just say, the Public Site Acquisition and Development Committee. This one is not necessarily your body, but this is not uncommon for your city council in past have seen street vacations before. So what's before you is, I would say it's a routine process that didn't, in my opinion, didn't require a subcommittee review. Yeah.
Got it. Another example, and this is just as a comparison, the old off-ramp that came off for Linden, that was now basically just a lot itself. How was that handled? Was that similar to this process?
Councilman Nomura, through the mayor, I believe I know which particular parcel you're talking about, property.
Southbound, right behind
Correct.
me.
So that was not handled through the city of Carpinteria. That was that particular transaction or process was handled through the California Department of Transportation, Caltrans. So during the Highway 101 corridor improvements project, so Caltrans, I can't really speak for Caltrans, but I do recall that Caltrans acquired, I believe, the property and relinquished it to the city. And that's a particular Caltrans routine process. If Caltrans project is going to impact a particular parcel or property, Caltrans typically buys it. And then should Caltrans deem that it's no longer used of them, they actually relinquish it to the local jurisdiction. Like, for example, the former Whitney property that was acquired by Caltrans through the Highway 101 improvements project and then relinquished back to the city.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, I will open up public comment. I do not have any speaker slips for this item. Do we have anyone via Zoom?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
I will close public comment and bring it back to the council for a motion.
I'll move to adopt resolution number 6481 as read by title only.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Motion passes.
Quick question, though.
Yes.
Craig, is there something you'd like to make comment on the project, how that's going to move forward, or you have any updates or plans for that?
You're welcome to come to the podium.
I
if
put
you'd
you on
like
the
to
spot
share.
just because I didn't want you falling asleep.
I was almost out the door.
I know.
Well, first, thanks to Mayor Alicon and to Councilmember Nomura for attending the groundbreaking ceremony for the CAP project, which was a couple weeks ago. And I apologize if anyone else was there. There was a lot of people, and it was a nice event. But we have been working with city staff on this particular item for some time, and it is a little piece of property at the very end of Olive Avenue. On that property already is an Edison transformer and a switchgear that serves our treatment plant, the electrical feed to the treatment plant. And it sits outside of our existing flood wall. And through our climate change, vulnerability assessment and adaptation planning, this was a kind of a thing we wanted to address concurrent with the CAP development. So we'll be bringing that equipment inside of our flood wall. It makes sense, right? If the plant doesn't flood, but your electrical gear serving the plant floods, no good. So that's the real driver here, and the CAP project will add another piece of electrical equipment in that same space. So we appreciate the support from the council, and if there are any other questions now or down the road, we're happy to answer. Great. Thanks.
Thanks, Craig.
We will now move on to item number 13, which is transactions and use tax measure for the November 3rd, 2026 general municipal election.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Council, community members. So tonight's item is a culmination of the work the City Council has undertaken over the past several months to evaluate the city's fiscal condition and potential revenue options. So this evening, staff is requesting the City Council to take the financial actions necessary to place the proposed 0.25% transaction and use tax before the voters at the November 3rd, 2026 general municipal election. Specifically, staff is recommending that the council adopt resolution number 6472, ordering the submission of the measure to the voters and establishing the required election procedures, introduce ordinance number 796, establishing the transaction and use tax contingent upon voter approval, and direct staff to proceed with all actions necessary to place the measure on the November ballot. And of course, staff makes this recommendation, understanding we're placing it in front of you all for consideration. Now, as a background, the council is aware, and this is for others who might just be joining along in the conversation, this effort began earlier this year as part of the city's broader financial sustainability work program. So in April, the council received the Revenue Enhancement Opportunities Report that was prepared by HDL, Econ Solutions, and directed staff to further evaluate transaction and use tax as the preferred revenue strategy of those that we reviewed at that time. In May, the council reviewed draft ballot language and proposed outreach and public education strategy and provided feedback that has helped shape additional outreach and information on the measure that you'll hear tonight. So since that time, staff has continued outreach efforts through stakeholder meetings, community presentations, informational mailers, public workshops, while also working closely with the city attorney to prepare the required election documents. So in terms of the fiscal need, as discussed in previous reports, the city continues to face significant fiscal challenges. Costs continue to increase faster than revenues, creating an ongoing structural deficit. Law enforcement services now represent approximately $6.6 million this fiscal year and are projected to increase to $6.9 million next year. At the same time, inflation continues to impact virtually every city service, while our primary revenue sources have not kept pace with the increasing cost of providing those services. The city also continues to face substantial infrastructure obligations, including the item we discussed earlier this evening, the approximate $24 million in deferred street and pavement maintenance, which I explained was derived from that 5-year CIP and those projects that I mentioned. Along with deferred facility maintenance and other unfunded capital improvement needs that the city will be doing important work on in this next fiscal year to really determine the full scope of that. Following the unsuccessful Prop 218 assessment district proceedings that we had earlier this year, ongoing maintenance services continue to rely on the general fund and Measure X resources, which reduces the amount of discretionary funds that you all have available for other priorities. So taken together, these factors continue to place increasing pressure on the city's limited discretionary resources. So about the proposed measure, it would establish a 0.25% transaction and use tax or sales tax. If approved by the voters, it would be estimated to generate approximately $700,000 in locally controlled revenue for general government purposes. As discussed previously, this equates to approximately 25 cents on $100 taxable purchase and does not include things like medication, most groceries, rent, things like that. And that's typical for all sales tax. The measure is structured as a general tax, and so therefore it only requires 50+1 majority voter approval. Revenue would remain locally controlled and could be used by future city councils through the annual budget process to address any priorities that you all would like. The ballot language before you this evening reflects the feedback received from city council, community outreach efforts, and review by the city attorney's office. Regarding election actions, the resolution and ordinance before you tonight complete the legal requirements necessary to place the measure before voters, a lot of formal steps. If approved, the measure will appear on the November 3rd, 26 general municipal election ballot, where the decision ultimately rests with the voters here in Carpinteria. You all only vote to place it on the ballot. So that concludes my presentation. Staff recommends adoption of resolution number 6472, introduction of ordinance number 696, and direction to proceed with all actions necessary to place the proposed transaction and use tax before the voters at the November 3rd, 26 general municipal election. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. The city attorney is also available to address any legal or election-related questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Questions from council?
Sure. The staff report had mentioned some of the audit and disclosure provisions that are built into this, and I thought it might be helpful for the public to hear about what kind of oversight is going to be part of this potential new funding source.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor Solorzano, through the mayor. So the measure requires independent annual audits and public spending disclosures. But this, I do want to point out, this is consistent with all city existing financial practices. So funding allocations would be reviewed through the annual budget process, which would have to be reviewed and approved by you all, and is available to the public, and also goes through the finance committee and all of those things. So it would be all of the same sort of oversight that we have for existing revenues.
Great, and then I know part of too what the recommendation was based on the previous options that we talked about is with this one, 20% of the funds are coming from non-residents, visitors, and that population. So whereas some of the other sources we were looking for were like raising people's property taxes here or doing things that would put the burden on 100% on residents. So can you talk about that why that's relevant for this particular measure?
Yeah, Vice Mayor Solorzano through the mayor. So you're correct. So whereas the assessment districts were property owners and where a parcel district would also be property owners, and various taxes affect different folks, the sales tax is paid for about, I'd say, it's approximately 20% is paid for by non-residents and visitors. And so that definitely makes it more attractive. It's not at the rate of like a TOT that you have for hotels, but it's also not completely paid for by residents, and it also doesn't apply to those basic necessities that folks spend their money on. And I know that that was one of the things that made it more attractive than some of the other options that were available at that time.
And then just my last question, which I know I've asked a version of this before, but just so that also for the public to be aware, can you talk again about what that countywide sales tax cap, how that affects the analysis for this too? Yes, thanks for that question. So there is currently a 9.25% cap. The city is at 9%. I believe that, like, for example, the city of Santa Barbara is capped at 9.25%. So in order, the city, if they pass this, right, that quarter cent would come to the city and be able to use, in theory, in future years, if the county, for example, did a tax measure for a quarter cent, that money would go to the county, and that cap would be hit, and the city wouldn't have the option to do that. And so without some sort of a state legislature change that you could go to have made. And so, but yes, to your point, there is a cap currently of 9.25. And that's why we're also going, some people have asked, well, why go for, such a small amount and not a larger amount? And that's because that's the maximum we could do for the region as a whole collectively. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Yes.
Michael, on this one, is there a projected income based on what we're looking at right now, should this pass?
Yes, Councilmember Clark, that's going to be approximately $700,000.
I look like a white guy.
Oh, sorry. I'm going to blame it on my sickness and the congestion. Councilmember Namora, it's approximately $700,000.
Okay, thank you.
I've also asked this question, but I'm going to ask it again. $700,000 a year versus what we're talking about is a $24 million deferred maintenance backlog in just pavement. And what we know to be this sort of ongoing structural imbalances. How does this factor into being like both stabilizing and also like how does it move us towards a real fix?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, at the right, Council Member, through the Mayor. So at this point, anything that doesn't increase revenues and the amount that those are increasing at percentage to match expenditures is helping to extend that runway and giving the city time to come up with those solutions. So this will, as all those items that are mentioned in the ballot measure, it'll allow the city to sustain those to the best degree possible. As we just passed that mid-cycle budget on the 8th, and we saw reductions in several programs. There will likely be additional reductions next year. But this additional revenue will give the city time, hopefully to 2028, to come up with additional revenue solutions, whether that be, the city has 3 primary ways of raising revenue. One of those is through property tax, and I've been discussing this at all the town halls, is property tax, of which the city receives 9.4% of 1%, which is 0.00094% of those assessed values, through transient occupancy tax, which currently is 15% here in the city and does generate a good amount of money, but is capped by things like vacancy rates and the number of total hotels in the city, and then sales tax. And so those are those 3 primary ways. And so as the city thinks about how we're going to deal with this, there's definitely going to be some trade-offs there, and it's ultimately the community working with the council that will determine what those are. But this additional revenue will allow us to sustain those programs and priorities at some level while we work to find those solutions.
So it will allow us to sustain at some level, but we'll still need to be making cuts in order to extend our
Yes,
lifeline.
Councilmember Mayor. So on the 8th, I think we mentioned we have about $500,000 this year that's going back into available fund balance. Next year, we're looking at $500,000 reduction in that. And so you're really not, it's not advisable to use one-time money to cover ongoing operations, but you could say plus 500,000 this year, minus 500,000 next year. Those cross themselves out. If you were to have an additional $700,000, it would be up to decide whether we wanted to hold on to that and use that for the next year, whether we wanted to use it towards deferred maintenance or some road projects because those things are going to be more costly in the future. So those items will come before you at that time. But it could be used in a number of ways to immediately address deferred maintenance or to extend that runway that we have.
This is a curveball, so I'm really sorry. But what you just said brought up another question, and you might not know the answer, so I apologize for not knowing that I was going to ask it till right now. What is the minimum cost we could spend on a pavement project? Like, what is the smallest pavement project that we could bring forward? I bring this up because we talk about the pavement in this language, and to me, if we keep talking about pavement without doing any pavement, that there feels like a disconnect. So I'm wondering if and I understand the mobilization is the expensive part, but this is just something I don't know the answer to, and I'd like to know that.
I know it's very opportune time to ask that because I was just in conversations with John Lawson earlier. He's been meeting with the city of Santa Barbara and the county of Santa Barbara about ways that we could do smaller projects. And of course, that would have to come before your council for consideration and so forth, but we're just trying to feel out what the options are right now. And so the county is currently doing a large project and offered for the city to potentially be a part of that. They're doing mostly what are called dig outs or localized removal and replacement, so it wouldn't be ideal for a street that has a lot of damage in it. But if you have that street that has issues here, there, and you're trying to stop them from expanding, they essentially cut out those sections fully and then kind of like patching a shirt, I guess. But there's, 20 plus dig outs, again, they call them, that the county looked at on a tour with John. And I think that number was somewhere around $170,000. Because they're already mobilized and it would be tied on to existing projects. So you're spoiling the surprise. Looking forward to bringing that information to you guys sometime in the future again for you to consider. And then the city of Santa Barbara, they do a grind and overlay process that they do, and they were looking at a couple of streets as for a pilot. And so some of the streets that are in poor condition but maybe not fully failed would be the best candidates. Sterling Avenue, El Caro, and maybe some other streets would be brought before your council. Their number is kind of like a per block number somewhere, I think in the neighborhood of 100 to 250,000. It kind of depends on the road itself. But those are other opportunities where the city could get smaller projects done without the heavy mobilization costs while utilizing resources of some of our neighboring larger agencies. And so other than that, I don't know the answer to that. It's difficult to be cost effective and do these smaller projects while also overcoming the large upfront costs that come with mobilization. So we're really hoping to take advantage of these partnerships.
I realize, but I appreciate you taking a stab at it. Thank you.
Any other questions? I have a few questions. So you mentioned, should we move forward with putting this on the ballot? Maybe strategy isn't the right word, but it would be to extend the runway a little bit longer. And so my question is, if we do not move forward with this, what would be the unavoidable service impacts to the community? I think we talk a lot about like preservation or protecting what's carved, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it comes along with all of the services that we're providing. So I'm just curious, what would be those unavoidable service impacts that the city would feel immediately?
Yes, Mayor. Great question. And there's no predetermined answer because you all have discretion to do many different things. There are other ways that we can find ways to bring in revenue. I've heard, comments about that, about needing to focus on more economic vitality versus or with the sales tax and or in place of one. In terms of the budget reduction, cut things that we often hear from the community. We've mentioned that we've certainly done those this year. There's plans, or they were done next year, and there will be more we'll have to do in the future. So what that would look like, so next year, looking at that, $500,000 shortfall, the city will have a choice to use available fund balance, right, which continues to drop that down, or to, make an additional $500,000 in cuts. That could be 2 or more entire programs. And then that next, and I don't want to scare anyone and say a program, but whatever programs the council decided. And then the next year, assuming the same modest sort of increases to our expenses and public safety, we would be looking at making an even greater cut the next year and the following year. So the service impacts would be substantial if not addressed at all. There's different ways that cities and organizations have done this. Some of them have made very, very deep cuts right away, but some of those organizations have been larger. You heard Daisy earlier, we cut 300 positions, but most of them were vacant, right? And so it's hard to look at other agencies and necessarily compare what they did to what we did because it's just a different organizational setup. But they would be significant. I mean, there are 5 areas where the city does a lot of subsidizing. And so you could start by looking at those, and some of them you can't reduce or be very difficult. And that would be the winter berm is one that's subsidized by the city. Obviously, we went out for the assessment district. The landscape maintenance district, the recreation fund, the library fund, and other programs that are subsidized by Measure X, your senior services, those and your grant programs. Those would be those programs that the library's not intended to be a revenue generator. So those are the programs. You're not going to cut a program that's generating the revenue to cover it, as much as someone might say, oh, why don't we get rid of solid waste services? Well, there's a fee to cover that. And so I think the council would be forced to look at those programs that they're having to most heavily subsidize. And so, those would be the areas where council would be looking first. Like I said, they could be quite substantial depending on the way we wanted to deal with it. And they would just continue every year.
And so in the way I, just even looking at our structural deficit, even with or without, if this measure passes, it sounds like we still need to make those difficult decisions and make cuts year after year if we do not increase revenue through other areas.
Yes, Mayor, that's correct. So you would, which is why we keep saying that the budget reductions and efficiencies, those are short-term solutions, and you need short-term solutions along with your long-term solutions. And so we started those, and those are a matter of whether we're doing those evenly or steadily over time, or a lot up front, or you wait as long as you can and do a lot on the back end. There's different ways to manage that. But yes, those are the short-term strategies. But long-term, the city needs to look at one of those three revenue sources as a way to sustain itself.
And so a big piece of kind of looking at the long-term fiscal sustainability of the city, to me, I'm thinking of an opportune time during our strategic planning process where could the council direct the city to come back with some real tangible ways to make cuts if we need to, or come up with, if it's either freezing positions or if it's scaling back. At what point in time will the council be able to make those really difficult decisions where it's thought out and it's thoughtful, as opposed to just like having it all like crash maybe 2 months before the next budget needs to be approved? I just want to make sure we get ahead of it. So, because I can see this as, regardless, the city needs funding, but we need to address the long-term fiscal sustainability. So my question is, when will the council have that opportunity to really dive in deeply?
So, yeah, we could do it really at any time. I mean, we have, because we can have a special meeting of your city council at any time. The times that exist already is potentially something like like you mentioned, a strategic planning, whether it's a new plan or whether it's a check-in on the existing plan, or mid-year's budget, so 6 months from now. All of these times make sense, or like mentioned, some sort of a special city council meeting, workshop to discuss those items. Sometimes it's easier to do it as part of like a mid-year budget process because the numbers are there in front of you and it's going to have a real impact and it's concrete. Sometimes I think it's better to have those outside of those concrete examples and to have it prior to that mid-year budget, or both. So it really up to the direction of your council, and happy to take a look at all those options and what the impacts would be long-term.
Mm-hmm. And then just my final question in terms of, and Julia asked this question, in terms of the $700,000 won't cover any specific, won't be able to cover that $24 million deficit. And it also sounds like the council will also have a say in determining where that $700,000 is attributed to.
Mayor, that's correct. So in theory, right, you could take all $700,000 and put it towards one thing while reducing many other things, or you can spread it across the board, or you can choose 2 or 3. I mean, it's to your council's discretion on how you would like to use it. And it would be a great thing to include as we consider the previous item that you mentioned about, what we're going to do long-term. It could also be, what are we going to do with the $700,000 that we have now? Mm-hmm. So happy to roll that into any sort of future meeting.
Okay, thank you. Those were my questions.
A couple things that came up in this discussion. First of all, we talked about actually adding this in only because it did show that there's going to be an 8% pay-in by non-residents. I think that's a big bonus for us. Even though the amount is small, and that's the reason I asked the amount, $700,000, $750,000, that still assists us and helps us quite a bit. We looked at the potential, actually studied it quite hard as far as cuts, where we could add those cuts in, realizing that eventually we're going to not have enough things to cut, and we're going to run out of money just cutting things. So we have to look at, I would say, more positive direction. One of the benefits I think the community hasn't looked at is the fact that our fire department right now is covered with the county. We're in conjunction with them. Water, sanitary, and school districts are all not part of our budget, which is huge. Most of the other cities have to deal with that. So I think the advantage of actually putting this on a ballot, the citizens get to make that decision. It's not something that's going to be mandated by this council. It's going to be something that would be, in my opinion, a starting point, something that will at least give us the time to take a look at future potentials for ways to look at income. I'm concerned about having too many special meetings on the budget. I think it's something that we should look at as a council, and the reason I bring this point up is because if we look at what it costs to do a midterm budget, what it takes in staff time, it's fairly substantial. We're probably looking in the 6 digits for something like that just to occur. And if we keep asking for those type of assistance from the staff, I think we may be going in a reverse direction. Whereas if we were to come up with solutions, ideas, something like that, and then have the staff follow up on it, we give them direction as opposed to them giving us numbers. So I think that's something else that we may want to take a look at. But right now, we're looking at specifically this specific item on item number 13 on the agenda. For that reason, I would like to hear what the public has to say, but as far as I'm concerned, the decision will be made by those people in our voting area.
Any other questions? Questions on your end?
I don't have a question. I was going to follow on to what he said, but I'll wait till we do a discussion.
Okay, sounds good. So why don't I go ahead and open up public comment? I do not have any speaker slips. Do we have anyone via Zoom?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the council for discussion. There's a lot of points to address, so I'm wondering if we can just take an opportunity for each one of us to go down the line and share their thoughts before our motion is put on the table.
I just pulled up our council priorities that we set really about 2 years ago, which I think when we talk about adding a tax or asking the residents to pay a tax, what we're asking for them is to tell us what kind of community they want to live in. What is this city that they want to be in going to look like? You know, in these slides, there's lots of words that say things like public safety, clean streets, beach town character, small town, quality of life, and I think that we can't cut our way into a high quality of life for anyone, save maybe a few people who don't want to spend a 0.25%. And I understand that because I'm reading the room. I'm a business owner and I have a family, and I understand how much everything costs at all times. And it is, you know, it's a difficult thing to decide to ask the community to tax itself. But at the same time, I'm watching what's happening in Santa Maria, where they're considering closing their pool for 6 months, which the repercussions of that kind of activity of reducing ourselves to the point where we won't resemble the community that we want to be. So I keep thinking about 3 weeks ago when the Measure X ladies came, and gentlemen, came to tell us, you know, it was in the spirit of controlling their own destiny that they felt so strongly to support it. And I've been very, very concerned about doing this. I'm concerned about asking anybody to bring any more money of their hard-earned money into the city. However, I do feel that we have to take a look at what it is that the community we want to be, and make those hard trade-offs. But I don't think that making a hard trade-off of cutting ourselves into a place that we can't get back out of is a good idea. So that's my 2 cents.
Well, one thing, mentioning the Measure X advocates that had come and spoken with us before, one thing that really struck me is how they talked about this idea of the small beach town is something that I think a lot of residents treasure probably the most about CARP. And part of that means doing things like passing our formula business ordinance and not having big box stores or auto malls or the things that do generate a lot of income for cities to be able to use that income for discretionary spending. Our community, we've heard them, they want thoughtful growth, they want measured growth, they don't want, 4-story developments. We've heard them that what they want is a small beach town. We need, though, to Councilman Reyer's point, we need the resources to be able to do that. There are trade-offs to that. And part of the trade-offs is if we keep things small, we're limited in the income we're bringing. And so I think I understand the idea that $700,000 is not going to cover all of our, deferred maintenance or pavement. But I think that the way I see it is it's a lot of different approaches, a lot of different tools that we bring on board to get closer to that point and to buy us time to continue to get closer to that point without cutting ourselves into something that no longer gives people the services that make this an enjoyable small beach town, like a community pool, community library, age well programming. These are the things. I know our city manager didn't want to call out any programs and so didn't want to concern people, but the truth is people do need to be aware of what services they might be losing, because there are other services that, like public safety, that we cannot clip right now. We have a contract. So I guess that my point is that I have appreciated hearing how the Measure X advocates were able to really boil that down to being like, okay, we hear what the public wants. They want a small beach town. That means that we're working with a much more limited income than Goleta or Santa Barbara or these other cities that have decided to have, multiple auto dealerships and big box stores and Costco's. And so I just think that's something that I appreciate, knowing that the community wants this to be a small beach town. And I appreciate being able to give them the opportunity to vote, to give a little bit more to help make that continue to be a reality.
Thank you. I appreciate the city staff making some cuts already, and looking around and seeing, what could be easily reduced. And so I think I think it helps justify putting the measure on the ballot to have done that. But I do agree with the mayor. I think that we should be thinking about maybe not, okay, we're going to cut this much, but what, if push comes to shove, what might be our plan in that regard? And so that might be an activity for the finance committee to be studying that. And I say that same, I'm not always going to be on the finance committee, but I think that's probably where that belongs, because we're looking at what the council wants to save or what the council wants to not save, kind of thing at that point. And so I think that's, if we're going to do that, we should start with the finance committee and looking at that. Yeah, I don't, and I'm one of the people that wants a small beach town, and I think that if we're not going to have a big box store or whatever, then we do have to face taxing ourselves. I mean, that's an opportunity to do that, follow that plan. So we do need to look at that. Yeah, I guess that's about it.
Comments I have, first of all, I think we are in the right direction with this. And when I say we're going in the right direction, if we look at currently what Carpinteria looks like, literally, walking down the streets, 50% of the people I could not recognize. They are tourists, definitely. And one of the advantages of this is that we actually are able to tax those people that are spending money here, those people that are coming in and actually making those changes. If we look at the other ones that are incoming generated, we have the TOT, transient occupancy taxes, that also help us out. That's money coming in from outside the area, bringing into the community. My opinion is that if we take a look at what we offer to visitors, there's a lot of people coming in here, and I think those are the ones that should be helping us out with what we've got. And so if we could focus on income generated from those tourists out there right now, we are going in the right direction. For those of us that have to live here, we should have the benefits of sharing the city. So I think that's probably something that we should take a look at and go in personally in that direction. So when we talk about this one, my opinion is that this will be successful if we are able to tap into that source. It may not be 18%. It may become more. It may be 20, 25%. We don't know that as a fact. This was a projected amount. But if we look at who we are sharing the city with, and there's a lot of people coming in from out of town, we have short-term rentals, we have a few places that they'll stay, but the money's going to come back in the form of taxes. And those taxes ideally should be focused on the people that are here short-term.
Thank you. So I think one of the most important decisions that a council body makes is the budget, and I do think it is absolutely our role to scrutinize where public dollars go and where we allocate them. And I am 100% in terms of a believer in let the community put this on the ballot and let the community vote, but not without at least me as a council member scrutinizing the reasons for why and where we stand as a city in terms of our structural deficit. So I'll always remain hesitant whenever we have to ask our residents or tourists or businesses to pay additional taxes. I think, as I mentioned before, turning to voters, I think it is our responsibility to continue to scrutinize our spending. I think it's our responsibility to identify efficiencies, which could mean that we aggressively pursue more grants or outside funding opportunities and look for innovative ways to continue to strengthen our local economy. We know we have to do that. And at the same time, I recognize the reality of our financial challenges, and the city faces structural deficit, rising public safety costs, increasing infrastructure obligations, and clearly millions of dollars in deferred maintenance. So these aren't one-time issues that can be solved with the single budget adjustment with these $700,000 should it pass. We know that it will not resolve all those issues. So I think that even if this measure is ultimately approved by voters, it won't eliminate the need for us to have to make difficult decisions. And I want us to be prepared when that day comes. So we know that a structural deficit just can't be solved through, or at least I don't think so, just continuing to tax. We can't tax ourselves out of it. But we have to continue to make thoughtful spending reductions where possible. And I think it's the council's responsibility to, or maybe it lands on the finance committee, but I do think it's our responsibility to provide direction to staff that when and if we have to make those cuts, that staff has the direction needed. And so I am on board with supporting the measure, but with the contingency that we have to really focus on long-term sustainability, and that might look like special meetings, and that might look like some additional meetings when it comes to the mid-cycle budget. I think we have to do the work, and I think at least I really want to be invested in what our plan is, and I want to believe in that plan. And that's, yeah, so I think that's where I'm landing right now. I think it's a very difficult decision, and I'm happy to put it on the ballot and leave it to the voters, but I also feel as though we need to make sure the city does our part in this as we move forward.
I'd like to make one quick comment on that one. In looking at where we are standing right now, the deficit that we are facing, this came from the city making the decision to try not to make these tax increases, to try and keep things as lean as possible. That is one of the reasons why we're seeing the roads failing where they are right now, is because we haven't put in 30, 40 years worth of money to make sure that that infrastructure stays intact, stays in place. As I said, when we look at the streets currently that we have in place, they've been around for 50, 60 years. How much money has been put into that one? Zero. So over those 50 or 60 years, now we are facing that as one of the big challenges we have. So I think we have to be, as you say, responsible. We have to look at a sustainable future and how we're going to be able to reach that one. But I don't think by saving too many and making cuts is going to be the answer. We have to come up with solutions on how to do that one. And it may come from different grants, different opportunities that we have. For example, we have the CAP project coming in. Why wouldn't the CAP project be one of those areas where if we're going to tear up a street partially, why not take a look at what it's going to cost us to make that street back up to a higher grade, say a level 2, level 3. So anyways, those are some of the things I think we should be looking at.
Mayor Alarcon, before we open it up for public comment, I just wanted to have maybe one.
We had public comment.
Oh, sorry, no, there's no.
And it
public
was
comment.
closed, yeah.
Oh, great, thank you. Sorry, I missed that. I did want to highlight one component of the resolution that I think we need a little bit more direction on. Provision section 7 directs the council, certain council members to file a written argument on behalf of the city in favor of the ballot measure. So if you could, when you're making your motion, if you could designate none, all, or some subset of your council to make that written argument, I would appreciate it.
Thank you. Great. Are there any other points of discussion for council or from council members? If not, I will ask for a motion.
So we have to include in our
Yeah.
motion who is going to
Right.
be.
Or if we all are.
Yeah,
or,
yeah, yeah, that's to be included.
And the discussion point would be, in my opinion, my recommendation would be is that we have the finance committee be included in that. They're the ones most knowledgeable with the budget.
A question for city attorney. So if like one or two people write something on behalf of the council, is that something that that the rest of us looks at before it's submitted, or is it just something that whoever writes it can just submit on their own?
So the structure for this would be that you effectively would collaborate. You could either collaborate on that text, work with city staff to collaborate on the text of that measure, or we could work behind the scenes, bring it back for your council to approve as a whole council. We could also defer action on who specifically is going to write and just bring the whole matter back for your council to approve the argument or argument in favor.
Would finance committee want to be doing that, or would you prefer not to? What are the thoughts of to Councilmember Namuro's point? I think it's helpful to check in with finance committee.
I mean, I'm fine with that. In the past, we've worked directly with city staff to write up the argument, and it never restricted any council member. So whoever wants to sign on to it is welcome to do that. So I think it's just up to the discretion of the council members.
Okay.
I don't want to speak for you though.
You may.
So do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so let me see if I can do this motion. So, okay, I move that the City Council adopt Resolution 6472, introduce ordinance number 796, and direct staff to proceed with all actions necessary to place the measure before voters at the November 3rd, 2026 general municipal election, and also to direct the Finance Committee to work with city staff to come up with a statement of support on behalf of the city.
I'll second that.
We have a first and a second. But before we move forward, I would really like to move forward with establishing some sort of, if it's not a special meeting, something where the council really deep dives into creating a long-term sustainability plan. So I don't know if that has to be a part of your motion, or maybe we can do a separate motion to agendize it. Okay. What would you?
Maybe, what are thoughts of other council?
We have an item on the agenda that's specific. So I think we have to take that action first. If there's going to be, I would say, something secondary, I think that should be moved into a future agendized item.
Can I ask City Attorney for feedback?
We have flexibility in motion making. It is fairly clean to adopt the proposed motion and then have a separate motion. We can go right into the next motion on scheduling a hearing.
Okay. Perfect. All right, great. Thank you. So I'll leave the motion as is for right now.
And Mayor, I was just going to add that, if it's the direction of the council, we were looking at potential agenda items for when we do meet for our next retreat. And if it's the direction of the council, I'm just happy to add that as an item.
Oh, I mean, that works, and looks like there's consensus amongst all the council members, so we don't need to have.
Yeah, I'll make it easy for you all.
Thank you.
I think that's been on there for a while anyways. It's not something we're going to ditch. It definitely has to happen.
But I also appreciate the idea of trying to make a kind of a targeted dive into it in terms of looking forward with specific sustainable steps. It sounds like that's more what you're suggesting, and I think that should be the focus of the retreat item. So I appreciate that.
Great, thank you.
Second.
Okay, so we have, I'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
All right, Mayor, before I get to the roll call, let me read the ordinance title into the record. Ordinance number 796, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carpinteria authorizing 0.25% local transactions and use tax subject to the approval of the electors by addition of Chapter 3.19 to Title 3 of the Carpinteria Municipal Code. And for the roll call vote, Vice Mayor Solorzano?
Aye.
Councilmember Clark?
Aye.
Councilmember Mayer?
Aye.
Councilmember Nomura?
Aye.
And Mayor Alacon.
Aye. Okay. We will move on to item number 14, which is Downtown Carpinteria Parking Management Plan.
Thank you for waiting, Madam Mayor, council members. This is going to be a co-presentation between city staff and the city's consulting services firm of Walker Parking Consultants. The PowerPoint presentation is, I believe, part of your staff report, and it will be shown on screen here as well. The presentation is attachment A, if you want to follow along. So the impetus of this particular matter stems from the initial downtown Carpinteria parking study. I'm just going to take you back a little bit into time and the background for those who weren't here in 2021. So on November 22nd, 2021, the City Council at that time accepted the downtown Carpinteria parking study. The purpose of that particular study was to provide information sufficient for the city to provide 5 goals, really. One is to gain a better understanding of the existing downtown parking, public parking demand in relation to the available inventory. 2, gain a better understanding of the potential future downtown public parking demand based on sample development project scenarios. So, for example, the Linden Square, formerly it was called 700 Linden Avenue, as well as the Surfliner Inn. 3, gain a better understanding of management strategies, for example, time parking limits that could improve the efficiency of public parking resources in the downtown area. 4, identify potential new parking opportunities that could increase public parking inventory. And 5, provide a foundation for the city's future consideration of capital projects, use regulation, and mitigation fee program updates. So based on that particular study, it was recommended by it to prepare a parking management plan. So what is before you is the deliverable from the parking study and now a parking management plan. At the time of the 700 Linden Avenue project, excuse me, the 700 Linden Square, or Linden Square now, excuse me, it was completed back in May 2025. But before that, this draft parking management plan went before the Public Facility Site Acquisition and Development Committee. And at that time, 2025, it was that committee that guided staff to wait for the Linden Square project to complete. So that way, one, we would have a better understanding after that development, and then we see actually real customers coming in and see how the scenario of the parking would play out. So that particular project was completed in 2025. The draft parking management plan recounted or conducted a recount of the parking inventory as well. So the particular members of Walker Parking Consulting is Tanya Schleck and Chrissy, I forgot your last name already, Chrissy, sorry about that.
Mancini.
Yes, I know it was two it was 2 names, sorry about that. Mancini Nichols, So I apologize, Chrissy, on that. I'm going to turn over the PowerPoint presentation to Tanya and Chrissy to go over. And along the way, we could pause, and Tanya and Chrissy will pause should you have any questions along the way in the PowerPoint presentation. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Walker Parking Consultants.
All right. All right, thanks, John, and good evening, council members. I'm Chrissy Mancini with Walker Consultants. I'm the planning principal for California. And as John mentioned, I'm joined by my colleague, Tanya Schleck. And I just want to thank you for having us today to talk about the parking study. Tanya, do you want to share the presentation or? Oh, there it goes. Okay, if you can go to the next slide. Okay, so I first want to talk about the approach to parking management and the data collection. So this is a parking management plan to support the city in being proactive on how to manage parking resources. Like John mentioned, to inform the plan, we collected data on Friday and Saturday in the summer, a typical busy time with typical parking patterns. During that time, we observed lots of people out and about. It was very busy. The restaurants were crowded. We know there are times when parking is very full. We know that during the Avocado Festival, for example, or holidays, parking is very full at those times. We know there are other times when parking is very available outside of summer, for example. So what we did was we chose 2 days to collect data as a baseline to make recommendations on an average day. But this plan is not just about those 2 days of data, because even if we collected data and the occupancy were over 90%, the recommendations to manage parking would largely be the same. Because what we're doing is looking for patterns for where people park, how long people park, to think about a plan that really creates availability and convenience. So tonight, for the council, we request you, after we go through the presentation, is to accept the parking management plan as a menu of options that the city can draw from over time and give staff direction to prioritize the Public Facility Site Acquisition Development Committee preferred strategies. We presented to the Public Facility Site Acquisition Development Committee, and they approved a list of preferred strategies that we'll review today. So now Tanya will go through the findings from our data collection and existing conditions analysis.
Okay, thanks, Chrissy. Next slide, please. Okay. So this map shows a snapshot of parking utilization in the downtown T. The red areas indicate higher utilization, green areas indicate low utilization. The streets and public lots closest to Linden Avenue and Carp Avenue are highly utilized, and some areas of the downtown T are less utilized, but we anticipate that with future development, there will be overall high utilization of the downtown, like Chrissy said, underscoring the need for proactive parking management. Next slide, please. In addition to being highly utilized, many of the spaces in the core areas have low turnover. So cars are staying for a longer period of time, decreasing availability. Next slide, please. So our overall approach, in our data, we're showing, a combination of high utilization, longer lengths of stay in the core areas. The core areas are, really shown in purple, and impeding access to businesses. So the parking management plan and options we are suggesting focus on increasing availability and convenience by promoting turnover of parking spaces closest to downtown businesses, making it easier to park and shop in downtown. Next slide, please. We know, many downtown employees need to drive to work, but, we did see in our research of census data, a significant number do live near downtown. So, we think it's important to consider strategies, in addition to managing demand for parking, making it strategies that make walking and biking downtown easier. So with those findings, I will turn it over to Chrissy to talk more about the parking management options.
Okay, next slide. So we organize the recommendations in 3 buckets. So there's the parking and curb management recommendations to manage demand. There's the recommendations around mode shift to decrease demand, and then parking capacity to increase supply. So we'll discuss these recommendations in more detail in the next slides, but you can see on this slide, the highlighted are those that were recommended by the Public Facilities and Site Acquisition Development Committee. So what they recommended were time restrictions in core areas, wayfinding to public lots, implementing flexible electric vehicle charging spaces, a parking lot 1 redesign, converting some street parallel parking to angled parking to increase more capacity, leasing private parking lots for public use. So those are the recommendations that the committee prioritized that we are going to talk through today. We're going to talk through all the recommendations, but those are the ones that were the priority. All right, next slide. So I want to first talk about the parking and curb management options in more detail. So the first one is thinking about staff. So right now, there is no single staff member managing parking or enforcing regulations. This makes it really challenging to increase turnover, maintain availability, enforce any of the regulations out there. So what we're recommending is at least 1 new staff member to support enforcement. And note that you could contract out enforcement. It may be managed in-house. Even if you contract it out, you'll need some in-house staff for oversight of that contract management. We're recommending enforcement staff because the goal of enforcement is not to issue citations, it's to increase compliance. Tanya mentioned that 1/3 of the vehicles are staying parked for longer than 3 hours. So we need to better manage those spaces, create more turnover of those spaces so that there's more availability for businesses and for visitors. We also recommend that enforcement take a ambassadorial element. Like I said, we don't want it just to be about issuing citations. We want people to understand the parking rules, provided customer support, and this keep eyes on parking so you have a better sense of demand and issues. But the considerations for enforcement are that you will need to hire and train staff, which would have a cost component. Next slide, please. So next is establishing time limits. In the core commercial areas of the downtown T, there are 335 parking spaces. 109 of them are completely unrestricted. And as we noted, during the peak demand, over 1/3 of spaces in front of these businesses are being occupied by long-term parkers. So that's reducing access to customers visiting downtown businesses. So what we recommend is establishing 90-minute time limits for those currently unrestricted spaces. And that would be consistent then with limits on Linden and Carpinteria. We also recommend that the spaces in lots 1 and 2 have a 2-hour time limit, and that would be consistent with portions of lot 1 that already have that 2-hour time limit. So this just makes all the regulations streamlined, easy to understand, and then that helps manage demand as well. Okay, next slide is talking about parking permits. So if you do implement time limits and if you're enforcing time limits, you may now get parking spillover from those long-term parkers that are currently parked in the core area for 3 hours or more. So, we know that some of those parkers might be employees. They could be other people that are parking long-term. So right now, as we mentioned, those long-term parkers are taking up the prime parking right in front of businesses that customers currently can't access. So that can mean that there are currently customers that are parking in residential areas because the parking they want right in front of the business is unavailable. So one option to address all of this is to really move everyone around through the parking management plan and through a parking permit program, with time limits on residential blocks where residents of those blocks could obtain a permit so that they're exempt from the time limit. So then as you start to enforce, you add hourly time limits, maybe paid parking, you prevent spillover. And then an option for employees is an employee parking permit that you could apply to underutilized blocks, such as Walnut, Maple, 5th, and 6th. So you're managing all the demand by placing the cars in the right locations. Customers near their destinations, long-term parkers on the periphery. You're preventing the spillover in the residential areas. And then, as Tanya is going to talk about later, we also want to manage demand by encouraging people that are right around downtown who can walk and bike to do so. So that opens up more parking for those people that really need to drive. One consideration for parking permits is that the downtown T is within the California coastal zone. So the Coastal Commission has a policy that parking programs should not restrict access to the coast. So they would need to approve any permit program in the downtown T. All right, next up is our next slide is parking management option is implementing a paid parking pilot and then reinvesting that parking revenue in downtown amenities. So we recommend charging a small fee for on-street parking. So that's going to help manage demand. That would generate revenue to help fund the parking program. And it will also, as I said, manage demand so that there's 1 or 2 spaces open and on each block for customers. So again, the city implements the short-term actions we recommend around regulations, around enforcement, and then thinking about paid parking. If you observe that demand for parking regularly exceeds the 85% rule, which is, you want your parking system to be 85% utilized. So that means there's a block space or 2 available on each block for customers and for visitors, people that need to park. During that busy summer season, a paid parking pilot could be supported. You could start in a pilot area, say on Linden between the train tracks or, around Carpinteria Avenue. And, pilot this and, understand how it works, collect data, and then figure out if you should implement that in more places. Many cities that we work with on the coast have paid parking on street: Ventura, Pismo Beach, San Luis Obispo, Santa Cruz. And really it's not just about paying for parking, it's really helping to manage demand by moving the long-term parkers to the periphery so you can free up those spaces. So an important consideration of paid parking, there's the time and cost to implement the program, but we'd want it to achieve cost recovery. So, you would want to understand your financials to achieve that cost recovery. And then you would need that local residential permit program to alleviate spillover. Right. The next parking management recommendation is wayfinding and signage to point people to parking locations. So we observe very limited wayfinding signage directing people. There's no signage pointing to people to lot 3, which was underutilized. There's limited signage to lots 1 and 2. So that's something that can be an easy to implement fix. Direct parkers to where there's parking. You can see in this photo, there's a sign to lot 1, but it's kind of hidden. If you're on Carpinteria, you might not even see the sign. So, that's one option. And then lastly, for parking and curb enforcement, with license plate recognition technology, if you did pursue enforcement, manual enforcement is very labor intensive. So using the license plate recognition technology would allow the enforcement officers to cover a larger area in less time and integrate with any of the permit programs or paid parking, which makes enforcement much more significant. But you would have to purchase an LPR-enabled vehicle, which would be an additional cost.
I'm so sorry to interrupt the presentation. I heard that the people on Zoom can't see any of the slides. It looks that might have changed right now, but they haven't been able to see them. So the slides are also available as an attachment to the agenda item, right? So that if anyone's on Zoom, they can open that agenda item and see the slides that came previous to this one.
Yes, Vice Mayor, through the mayor. So one could download the staff report. The PowerPoint presentation is an attachment to that staff report.
Okay, great. So I'm so sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to make sure that everyone knew where to see the slides. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, also, the slides are being broadcast.
Yeah, it sounds like now, yeah, that
On
it's
TV.
switched over now, so thank you.
All right, thank you. And then the last parking, if you want to go to the next slide, the last parking and curb management recommendation is allow flexible use of EV charging stations. So there are 12 EV charging stations today in lots 1 and 2. And during the committee meeting, there was discussion around, are they underutilized? Could they be used for short-term parking for non-EV vehicles? So our recommendation is to allow all vehicles to use a portion of those 12 spaces for short-term parking during peak times. And then to maintain the 12 spaces for EV only during other times. Now, to do this, we need to confirm whether the stalls were formerly designated as EV only under California Vehicle Code 22511. So if that designation is this, the city would need to remove that designation before opening the spaces to the general public. But this would need to be clearly signed and enforced because you don't want to limit the access to the EV charging for EV vehicles. All right, I will hand it now over to Tanya to discuss the remaining recommendations.
Great. Thanks, Chrissy. Next, okay, thank you. So in terms of mode shift, again, the ideas of this category B options is to promote modes of travel other than driving and parking downtown. So one option is to provide transit passes to downtown employees to encourage employees to take transit. But of course, this would incur ongoing costs and administration. Another strategy is to consider a mobility hub, which is basically a location where several transportation options are organized together, such as rail, bus, bike, parking, bike or scooter share, pickup, drop off, EV charging, wayfinding, so people can switch in between the modes easily. But the city would not need to identify a site, partners, design, funding, operating. But we will note that there are grant opportunities through the state in particular for this type of work. Next slide, please. And so we know this is something that the city is already working on, but this option is to continue looking for barriers to walking and biking downtown, such as sidewalk and bike lane gaps, bike parking, safe crossings. And this would likely dovetail with the circulation element work that the city is currently working on. And so the idea is that to look for ways to reduce barriers to biking and walking from people living nearby to downtown, for those who can bike and walk. Next slide, please. So the final category of options is related to ways to increase parking capacity in the downtown T. So one option that city staff suggested is to consider alternative layouts for Lot 1. At Walker, we also do parking facility design. So our design team developed concepts for the lot and determined that depending on the layout, approximately 15 additional spaces could be added if the lot were redesigned. These are preliminary concepts, so the city would need to do a more detailed analysis to determine the final design and site count. But we do see an opportunity to add more spaces to the downtown supply by restriping the existing lot. Next slide, please. Okay. The city can also explore leasing private parking spaces for public use on a seasonal basis. Other coastal cities do this, such as Laguna Beach and Santa Cruz. But of course, considerations include coordinating the lease agreements with the owners and managing the leases and funding the lease payments. So another potential consideration that we have heard in our work is some owners are concerned about parking lot insurance and liability. So the final capacity option is identifying streets with sufficient right-of-way to convert parallel parking to angled parking. You know, a street that we've looked at in the past is Walnut Street, which has significant right-of-way, relatively low traffic, but angled parking, you know, does present some challenges related to sight lines, you know, in particular when vehicles are pulling out of angled spaces, you know, potential conflicts with bicyclists. So there would need to be some more detailed analysis of traffic and circulation and safety. But converting parallel parking to angled parking can increase the capacity. And, you know, you already have angled parking on Linden Avenue. Next slide, please. So a parking structure, this isn't included as a specific option in the report, but it's noted here for reference. You know, historically, the city has considered a parking structure on Lot 1, but Walker would really recommend this options only if all other options are implemented first, including paid parking, and parking continues to be an issue in downtown. A structure can be very expensive. We have seen up to $100,000 per space, and it requires ongoing maintenance and repairs over the life cycle of the garage. So we would suggest that parking management is much more cost effective than building a new structure. So with that said, I don't know, John, if you wanted to have any concluding comments about the specific council request, or we can open it up for questions, whatever you prefer.
Thank you, Tanya. Chrissy, I will be touching on the financial considerations with these parking management strategies, specifically the recommended ones by the Public Facility Site Acquisition Development Committee. As part of your staff report, there is a table in there that shows the rough cost, and I'll put that on screen for the benefit of the audience here. So this table is in the City Council staff report. And as Walker Parking Consultants mentioned, the recommended parking management strategies are 6 of them amongst the ones that were presented before you. What I'll be touching on first is the rough costs for the recommended parking strategies. So we have 6 management strategies, and the respective costs are at the far right column. I do want to point out that the rough cost represents planning level estimates only. So that's more of a disclaimer about that. For implementation, it does not include any ongoing maintenance, parking enforcement, even additional positions to that, environmental review, if applicable, design or construction, and that also construction management costs. So this is just a rough order of magnitude, I call it, costs. So the parking management plan that's before you, there's actually no request for funding for the implementation because currently there is no funding including in this fiscal year budget. What this parking management plan sets up for is provides city staff with direction on creating some type of policy or policy direction regarding the future of the downtown parking management priorities. And thank you to the committee, the Public Site Acquisition Development Committee. What's before your body as council are 6 management strategies, parking management strategy for your consideration. And with that, that concludes our presentation, our report, pending any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from council?
Well, first, I want to thank the Public Facility Site Acquisition Development Committee. I think these are great recommendations that you guys chose out of the options. I think that they all sound like really good menu items for future choice. So a question is in reading the report, I was trying to figure out, are we looking to create more parking or to manage the parking that we have more? Because it sounds like in terms of the utilization rate, it sounds like we're not overparked per se, but that there's just that it's parking in specific spaces during specific times of the day or of the year that are impacted. So is the idea that we're trying to kind of make more of what we have to like optimize that, or are we looking to add more parking spaces?
Vice Mayor Solerso, through the mayor, council members, it would be the former. This particular parking management plan, or especially the recommended parking management strategy, does not add any parking spaces. It's better management or best practice of managing our existing inventory, which we have in our parking study, the inventory of having sufficient parking spaces. Now, it's just so the parking management provides that data-driven strategies, and really is just to improve the parking availability and turnover in the downtown T area.
Okay.
And if I can just add to that, there are several options that were presented, and ultimately, whatever happens will be at the decision of your council. But there are ones like where they said they could redesign parking lot 1 that would add additional parking. The angled parking on Walnut would add additional parking, and leasing private parking lots wouldn't necessarily, I mean, it would, yes, add additional parking for that season, wouldn't actually add to our inventory, but available use of inventory. And so that would be, dependent on the options that you select.
Got it. And in terms of those options, can you talk a little bit about what that public-private partnership would look like in terms of potentially leasing spaces?
Sure.
Like what areas in town would that potentially be?
Yeah, and I'll take a shot at it, but also our consultants, I don't know if you guys want to point to any specific examples, but at least my understanding of it would be to potentially approach any of the private parking lots. One that gets brought up quite frequently is the Smart and Final parking lot as being underutilized and next to Linden Square, and people argue that it's used already, and entering into some sort of formal agreement for use of that. And as the consultants mentioned, there's insurance and lease payments and those sorts of things. And I want to look to our consultants to see if they have any other examples, more concrete examples in neighboring coastal cities that they'd like to point to.
Oh, sure. Laguna Beach is an example. It's slightly different because they have paid parking, but they do lease a number of parking spaces from private owners during the peak months, during the summer months, so the city would pay the private owners a specified amount to have access to those spaces during certain hours, typically. So those arrangements are really kind of case by case. I know Santa Cruz has an agreement with a church that church parking lot is added to the supply. Again during the busy months. So there's a number of different ways that those agreements can be structured, but yeah, the overall concept is the city would lease, establish a partnership with an owner, and then identify the specific hours and time when those spaces would be available, and yeah, figuring out a lease rate and the terms of insurance.
Got Got it. Okay, thank you. I appreciate
Liability.
I appreciate the example. So yeah, I think those are really my questions. I'm noticing with that 35. It sounds like it's at 35% of cars that are staying for longer than 3 hours in the downtown core. That maybe is the focus of what the report and what the committee is trying to address. And the different options that they gave seem like really good ways of starting to look at that.
So if I can add to that, yeah, you know, we forward these things on, but you know, it's like I'm thinking about the time restrictions. It's kind of like paid parking. I mean, it's, you know, you're discouraging somebody from doing something, and so, you know, and we kind of have a new business model in town, which is Linden Square. The business model there is come on in and hang out, and then, oh yeah, while you're here, buy something. And so, you know, if I'm in a place where I've either got a time limit or I've got I'm going to have to pay some money, I'll just move my car and then, you know, to another place and then come back.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if I'm not ready to leave, that's not going to. These regulations don't necessarily make me. I might choose to go home, but I also might choose to repark and go back to the fun I was having or whatever before, you know. So, but I mean, I guess I say that because I think the things that make parking are the things we should really be looking at.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, the planning commission modified the parking for Linden Square so low that you know, now the parking's taken over Smart and Final already. You know, it's already happening. I don't know whether there's any other ones that new ones like that we could do. But I think we should do things where we make parking. You know, wayfinding to parking lots, that's a good, easy thing to do. I'm not sure about time restrictions. I mean, we're already doing some, and maybe they're okay, but I think we should look at it more closely. Not say automatically we're going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
Just comments on that one. First question I have, actually, besides a comment, looking at parking lot 3 as being fairly unused, that seems to be a good spot for an overflow. My question would be, with the potential hotel coming in, we talked about parking lot 4 being developed at that same time in conjunction with the development of the hotel, should that move forward. My question is, parking lot 4 would then fall outside of the downtown T. So what is that going to do in affecting the parking count? I'm leaving that to you there, John. You got any answers for that?
Yes, I heard you, Councilmember Numera, through the mayor. I believe we talked about this in the Public Facility Site Acquisition Development Committee, and Tanya or Chrissy, I recall that the parking study or the parking study. We had the scenario of the Surfliner Inn. Could you refresh the memory of myself and the council members as well on that?
Sure. So just to make sure that we understand the question is, the original parking study that was approved back in 2021, I know did include, you know, scenarios for the Surfliner Inn. It wasn't a parking study for the Surfliner Inn, just, you know, accounting for demand in the projections. So I would say this parking management plan, though, is really focused on managing the existing supply. You know, it is our understanding that parking lot, and staff would be able to answer this better, that parking lot 4 is a planned lot in the city's long-term planning, regardless of the private development. But, you know, I'll defer to staff on those specifics. But the parking management plan is really focused on the existing supply of parking and maximizing the efficiency of the existing supply, if that makes sense.
Yes, that's right. If I could say into Tanya's comment on that. So parking lot number 4, regardless of surf line or in, has been part of the capital improvement plan as a dedicated parking lot. So that I can confirm. That's how it's always been part of the CIP.
Okay, and the reason I bring this up is because originally when the surf line was being proposed, there was going to be, I would say the displaced parking was then going to fall into the parking lot number 4, from what I understand, with a slight increase in that number. However, again, my question is, since this is proposed for specifically the downtown T, and it does not go beyond the railroad tracks, if that is going to be something viable or feasible for future planning.
Councilmember Moore, I could try to answer that. So I think the you know, the dimensions or the constraints or the boundaries that we give to the consultants regarding studying the parking is something that we control, and we tell them, hey, we want to manage that. And if you know, a parking lot were to be developed, you know, right across the track, and we understand that replaced a parking lot that was on the previous side, I think that we could, you know, whether we want to call it the downtown T or just an expanded part of the boundary for the consideration of parking management, I think we would be able to do that, and then it would be up to the, you know, consultants to maybe discuss with us whether any of those parking strategies would somehow be hindered by being on the other side of a train track. I don't have that level of knowledge of parking management to discuss that, but I think, you know, we could expand that boundary. It's you know, decided by us. And then Tanya or Chrissy, I don't know if you guys have any thoughts about the applicability of the solutions or, you know, options that you presented and how they may or may not be impacted if they were expanded to include a parking lot on the other side of a train track.
Sure, I can start, and Chrissy, feel free to jump in. Yeah, I think operationally, you know, given the proximity of Lot 4 to Lot 3, you know, those, you know, I think we were kind of thinking of it as sort of a unit, you know, Lot 4, you know, and Lot 3. So I think from an operational perspective, you know, we wouldn't see concerns, you know, with considering Lot 4, you know, part of the overall parking system for the downtown T.
Got it. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. As long as that's been considered something that's workable and not going to, I would say, lock out any opportunities we have in the future.
No.
The other questions I have, we talked about a lot of these factors. One of them has to do with business owners and employees having specific parking areas outside of the, I would say, the specific parking areas. So they would be more in the residential areas or possibly in a rented private parking lot, something like that. Is that something that's going to be part of the implementation, or is that something that the city is going to be working with?
Councilmember Moore, I'll try to answer that, and then I guess if Tanya and Chrissy want to go in. I think the option that was presented by the consultants that best lends its hand to resolving that issue would be the leased private or the public-private lease agreements as options. I know that was something that I shared at the committee meeting, that I had heard from business owners who had received multiple tickets and who ran classes or something inside of a gym, and they came out and found out that they had a citation. And I also understand that this was contemplated many years ago, and they looked at the number of employees who would need permits and thought that would be too many to account for. I would rely on you all to maybe add detail to how that conversation might have gone. But I think in this instance, if we were to consider that private public partnership, and we were trying to fund the costs that the city would have to incur, having some sort of a permit program where those employers were paying into it for their employees could potentially offset that, and it would make most sense to me if we were to use it in that way rather than just for general parking.
Okay, I bring this up only because we do have the option of private, but we also have the option of going residential. I'll give you an example. I drive every year a group of Rotarians down to Pasadena, and we have a parking-specific spot for the Rose Parade. And I bring this up because each of those, they have residential parking for us. They give us a parking plaque for that one. My thinking is that if you have business owners with specific parking areas that they could park in a residential zone, that may be one of the other ways that we could probably resolve some of the long-term parking by having opportunity for them to actually have parking permits in a specific residential lot or property, or, I'm sorry, block. So something to think about on that one.
Yeah, we absolutely could. I mean, I can see, of course, there's always pros and cons to all of the options, but it's certain for the council to consider.
Okay, thank you. Two more items. One of them has to do with the EV parking. I know for a fact that those things remain pretty open even during the busiest times, just because they're short-term charge only. Is there an option we could use to do that? In other words, if there are X amount of vacants, that we could actually have people parking in those areas? Because at one time it was restricted because of the grant we received for the EV parking installation.
Councilmember Nomura, through the mayor, in the presentation by Walker Parking Consultants, that's one of the what are the action items, so to say, that city staff is going to confirm in regards to a particular code that would allow the flexibility of other vehicles, other non-electric vehicles to park. So we'll look that up.
Okay, thank you. The other one has to do with seasonality. Because of the fact that summer is so busy, we always get impacted by parking during the summertime. So when we're looking at paid parking, would we consider potentially having it seasonal? In other words, during rush times only, holidays, things like that, where it would actually be, quote, enforced. Other times where it would be, we would be more lenient as far as parking availability.
Councilmember Nomura, because I was places recently and seeing similar parking, I actually saw it where it was, I think, somewhat the opposite, where there were time limits or certain things except for, I think, Sundays and holidays and certain times where it would be excluded. And so I don't know whether you could do it the other way, but it seems like you would be able to do that to make something paid during a holiday versus not
Right.
paid during a holiday.
That was my thinking, yeah.
Yeah, and Tanya Chrissy, I don't know if you know the signs that I'm speaking of, but do you know if there would be anything that, or have you ever seen examples of something the opposite to what the council member Nomura is mentioning?
I don't know if I've seen paid parking only during holidays, but you can definitely structure a paid parking program or pilot, any way to make it work for Carpinteria. So, if it's just, we work with cities where we just do peak hours, especially coastal cities, peak times in seasonality for sure. So, you could really figure out anything, but it would require working with the Coastal Commission, to make sure there's.
Okay, thank you. Example would be Ventura. Some of their parking areas or parking lots, structures actually just open the things up during certain weekdays or evening times. They just have you just drive in, park it, and you don't have any fees at all to pay. My last point has to do with parking lot 1. That is in dire straits of having to be, I would say, sealed, surface sealed, and repainted. I mean, you can even see the marks on that one. And that was a concern from a number of the business owners in that area. So my recommendation would be, as we move this one forward, we may want to consider using that as one of the first potential pilots, because that one really needs it. And if that includes the addition of 15 spaces, I would be all in favor of that happening. First and foremost, that is our largest parking lot.
Yeah, Councilmember Nomura, if I remember correctly, and again, Tanya Chrissy, come in, the expense of that, because you look at the order of magnitude that John put out there of 300 to 500,000. And I think to restripe some lines, I'm immediately thinking, me and Councilmember Clark will go out there and paint them for that much, I think. But it's because it involved closing a couple of the entries to it in order to make room for those 15 spaces. 2 of the entryways into parking lot 1 would be closed, and so there'd be curb and construction and all of those sorts of things. So happy to look at that, but that was one of the higher expenses of a project, was because the construction involved. And then, of course, just restriping the existing lines would, I imagine, be far less expensive.
And that would definitely be the benefit, and that would be something I would endorse. It definitely needs to be redone. That's it, thanks.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I have a question, if I may.
Yes.
For Walker, in the 2021 study, you observed and recorded parking numbers in parking lot number 3. Did you also do that, parking lot number 3 in the 2025 study?
Yes, yeah, that was included as.
And so,
in
what
our
are the numbers similar to
Yes.
2021?
Yes, yeah, they are similar. We did see it, underutilized. We understand from feedback from residents that there are times, perhaps holidays or very busy times where that lot can fill. But in our observations, we've always seen that it has been, had low utilization.
Yeah, okay, so I'm just looking at figure 4, which has got the parking utilization map of downtown, and you've got all kinds of red places, but lot number 3 is nice and green. We just need to get people to go down there and park.
Yeah, and the wayfinding, can help with that. Making sure people know that that's an available option to park.
Yeah, and that's what we're talking about, just some part of it is moving people around. So if you could get the long-term parkers to some of the periphery areas, that opens up the spaces right in the downtown T core where the customers want to park.
I just have a couple questions. To me, if the problem that we're trying to solve is peak utilization and moving people around versus adding more to our capacity, I'm sort of, I don't want to say surprised, but I think it would be really important to see a cost associated with enforcement. In our last study from our from code enforcement, the parking from our full-time code enforcement folks who are not dedicated parking, the costs that they were receiving were, I believe, and I'm sorry that I don't have it in front of me, I think it was like $71,000. And I believe to myself, like, I would love to see what it would cost for us to add parking, time enforcement, parking in our downtown T. That seems to me like something that would be very helpful for us to know. And then my other question was just about, like, are we moving people around as we identify that there is going to be future demand in different areas, and thinking about how we move people around, but just kind of wondering how much we prioritized what we did based on what's coming in our minds. 2 questions.
Yes.
Mayor Alarcon, Councilmember Mayor, I can speak to your first question a little bit.
Great.
Just doing some kind of quick back of napkin calculations there while sitting in the audience. Right now, annually, we bring in citywide about 120 grand per year in parking citations. That's across the board. That's red curves, 72-hour violations, the whole works. A code enforcement officer position at the entry level would cost roughly about the same, plus or minus 10,000, to bring up for a fully burdened rate for a new code enforcement officer. as you know right now, right, with our 2 code enforcement officers that we have, most days of the week, that means we have 1 officer working, and they're doing part-time parking patrol, part-time park ranger duties, part-time animal control. So we don't have a great way to really gauge how much, fines or revenue a dedicated parking enforcement officer could generate if that was their sole duty. I tend to think on a normal weekday, there's probably not enough activity in the downtown by itself to really, offset that cost. Perhaps if they were, roaming citywide and focused exclusively on parking, it could be closer to being cost neutral. I also just did a quick, kind of Google search of what other jurisdictions pay for parking enforcement from like a private contractor or private company. Small cities are spending around $200,000 a year, upwards to millions of dollars a year for a larger city or a multi-year contract. And so obviously that'd be much harder to offset.
For sure. I have a question just after that response. Out of curiosity, is there any way to restructure the 2 current code enforcement positions that we have? I mean, it might not be possible at all. I'm just curious to kind of test that theory to see if we can, if they can have more dedicated time to parking enforcement where it could pay for itself. But I don't know if there's room for that.
It's a good question, Mayor Alarcon. I think the challenge right now is that most days of the week we just have the 1 officer on duty, and a lot of what they do presently is responding to service requests, right? So there's more and more time being reactive to complaints that we're receiving about, a car that hasn't moved in 2 weeks, or, someone parked in the red zone in front of my driveway or something like that, such that, a lot of their time isn't necessarily open and flexible to our officers to decide how best to utilize it. They're kind of spread pretty thin and pretty highly utilized already. And so I know that in the past, when we had 3 officers, we were able to be a little bit more strategic in saying, hey, we want to dedicate someone to the downtown in the summer months to parking enforcement and moving folks along that are violating time parking restrictions or not parking within the T-bars, those kinds of things. But down to, essentially 1 officer per day most days of the week, it gets much harder to do that.
Any other questions? Okay. I will open up public comment. We have a speaker slip for Alan Koch. Welcome.
Good evening, still is evening. Thank you again, council, staff, city attorneys, and whoever's behind me, left. This is about the 4th or 5th time I'm talking about Walker studies. So I just want to reiterate a couple of things here that we're seeing to date here is the theory here is conjunctive parking. It is a plan based on shared parking, okay? This is all talking about shared parking. Plans to improve the turnover, that's what's coming through the recommendations tonight, and quote unquote, promoting turnover of spaces, okay? Conjunctive parking theory. Transportation Management 101. Would like to understand, maybe not tonight, but probably will be when it comes to the Planning Commission for the Surfliner. How does a hotel, downtown hotel, who has no parking except on public parking, how does that affect the conjunctive theory? That needs to be answered as part of the Planning Commission reviewing the Surfliner Inn. And hopefully Nick and Mindy are still behind me, and I know they're going to be taking that on as a result of the environmental review process that we went through with the draft EIR. A lot of questions about parking lot 4, safety, so forth. That's my first point. My second point here, which is kind of interesting here in the, so I'm just basically saying it's premature that all these studies done subsequent to the, all these plans done subsequent to the study in 2021 just factored in Linden Square. And it's right down the road is, literally, figuratively, is going to be the Surfliner. So I just don't understand why we went through this path again with another Walker study that's premature. What I'd like to just do with my remaining time is on page 5, which is really interesting, circulation element, and they're talking a lot about multi-facilities type of future development to coordinate more with buses and rail and so forth. And a lot of that is going to be in the rewrite of the general plan that's coming forward, where the first circulation objective is to reduce fossil fuel, okay? And they talk about a multi-module type of thing. But just give me a couple more seconds. Here's a circulation element that's in the staff report. Develop and implement programs that improve the circulation and parking systems of the downtown area. Question number 4, will that improve the circulation of the downtown area versus the current parking lot 3, which has 2 entrances and exits, not on a main thoroughfare? Provide sufficient parking and loading space in commercial areas. Where's the loading space in commercial areas for deliveries to the Surfliner on parking lot 3? So I don't understand the consistency review from our development department, community development department, like they did similar to a consistency review on the farm. And then here they even have encourage MTD to promote use of parking lot 3 as a park and ride lot.
Alan,
That's all.
Thank you.
That's all. Thank you, guys. Good
Appreciate
night.
your comment. I do not have any other speaker subs. Do we have anyone via Zoom?
Mayor, we have one Zoom speaker, Lorraine McIntyre. Lorraine, go ahead, Lorraine.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, staff. I have just a couple comments. I think Wade had mentioned that parking lot 4 was outside the T, and maybe it's just terminology, but the spot is part of the PBIA assessment district, which is officially inside the downtown T as far as assessments are concerned. And if the spot is inside the assessment district, then parking lot 4 would also be considered to be inside the downtown T as well. And so somebody may want to check me on that. Also, regarding the EV charging stations over in parking lot 1, as part of the Downtown T Business Advisory Board, we had asked the city to look into the utilization, and just to reconfirm Wade's observation about underutilized of those spaces, it gets about 3 hours a week of utilization on average. And so we know that it's very underutilized. However, I think Jenna had pointed out that the grant prohibited any repurposing of those spots until the year 2027, or the grants would have to be repaid. Another comment I'd like to mention is the business owners have mentioned at Downtown T Business Advisory Board meetings and also to various members of the board that their employees were finding it very difficult to find places to park that were not limited. And if we expand limitation on parking to 90 minutes or 2 hours, and we expanded that, it's even going to make it more difficult for them. And if we encroach on residential areas by giving them a block to park on, then the residential area people are going to have a hard time finding places to park in front of their homes. And then one other observation, I don't think anybody's ever brought this up before, but if a hotel comes in, to an area, we require that they have a certain amount of parking or that a parking study is done. But what about all of the VRBOs and Airbnbs south of the railroad tracks? I mean, oftentimes those units will have 2, 3, 4, 5 cars coming and going as part of the rentals, and there's no compensation paid with respect to taking up street parking for those. And maybe there's some consideration that can be made as far as charging fees for additional parking for those Airbnbs. So those are just some comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
And Mayor, that concludes a Zoom comment.
Great. Okay, I will close public comment, bring it back to the council for further comments and of course a motion.
I do have a question. I did think about this as Lorraine was speaking, and that was this study sort of run through the DTBAB community in any capacity, or did we get any of their feedback? It sounds like it's very anecdotal, but it would be really quite helpful, I think, to understand truly like everything we've said is anecdotal about business owners and employers and employees needing parking, and I think it would be and I'd actually be very curious what the Walker folks have to say about that. Is what is that process of engaging with them, and is there actually numbers beyond anecdotal evidence about their needs for parking? Sorry. If you have any information, that'd be great, but if you don't.
So I believe this question is for our Walker consultants.
Specifically, our parking management plan scope did not include engagement with the Downtown Business Advisory Committee. So I believe that engagement was done with them back in the 2021 study. I'd have to look at the report for more details on the specific feedback. But I know there was a survey done and a series of engagement efforts, but I'd have to look back at the report to confirm the findings from that particular group.
I mean, I would be in support of passing it through the Downtown Advisory Committee just to hear what their thoughts are.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm on board with the current recommendations, but given that they're in that area and are living and breathing it every day, I'd be happy to hear what their comments are.
Yeah, I mean, I think anytime we can take it from being anecdotal to being, I have 4 employees, 3 of them drive cars. This is where they park. I mean, there's a lot of information that can be gleaned from the people that utilize it every day, our downtown. And rather than just saying, well, if they are here, then they'll park in a residential. Like, that's not like factual. Mm-hmm. So, and I do agree. I mean, I'm in support of these findings and moving forward with them.
Madam Mayor, I know your council is under deliberation. It's amongst you. But I could confirm that the downtown parking study, not the parking management plan that's before you, the Downtown T Business Advisory Board was a part of the review of that study. That also included the Architectural Review Board and the Planning Commission at that time.
In 2021? Okay.
And Councilmember Mayors, as you consider these options, and of course, it would have to come back before you to be prioritized and to decide those sorts of things. We could also involve DTBAB at that point in time if you were looking for guidance on what to prioritize and invest in first, if that helps as well.
Yeah, because just to confirm, we're not adopting these policies today. These are just the recommendations that the Public Facility Site Acquisition Development Committee made based on the Walker parking study. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, there's no budget allocation or anything associated with this.
But I do think that doing a robust study of the real utilization of our downtown would, for me, be a really valuable practice in understanding if, yeah, it would really make a difference if we added 15 spaces, or if we made a street one way and we did vertical parking. And, you know, I mean, to borrow from another municipality in Santa Barbara, the way they do it is that outside of 3 blocks of the downtown, there's no time limit on the parking. So they really do push everybody out there, and it works. It's very effective. And then, you know, the interior corridor is left for shorter term parking, 90 minutes. Again, I recognize that's not what's in front of us. We're not making that decision right now, but, if we're going to walk down this road, understanding why we're going to walk down it would be helpful, I think, in the long term, not tonight.
Is there any, in terms of like direction for staff that you want to?
I don't know.
Help formulate, or is?
I mean, I think perhaps maybe the direction I would have is perhaps the Economic Vitality Committee could meet with one of us could go to the DTBAB meeting and show and be there with staff to present it, and at least one of us could come back and report back what they had to say about it. I'd be happy to be part of that.
I'm in support of that. Is there consensus from the council? Sure. Yeah? Okay. Looks like there's majority consensus.
So, Madam Mayor, council members, you have a recommendation in front of you. You're definitely more than welcome to guide city staff on another recommendation. But we have in front of you is approving the parking management strategies. And then you could definitely modify that particular recommendation to provide directives.
So, I don't think we want to modify it as much as we would just want to, in addition to.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not hearing any questions in terms of the strategies themselves or the.
Well, actually, I do have
okay.
a question. I have a question about the motion. I move to approve the parking management strategies. I don't necessarily approve of them. I brought them forward to the council just to look at, and I think some of them may be interesting, but probably all of them need more looking at before we say I'm gonna actually approve it.
I think. Oh, sorry.
So and maybe approve is the wrong word here in the staff report. I don't know.
But can I confirm but I hear what you're saying. So, but by approving the strategies, if any of them were adopted, were going to be pursued by staff, it would have to come back to us. Is that correct? So we're approving these strategies in the sense that these are the top recommendations. Is that what it is? And then if either one of those recommendations or something different came back
you could
to us.
actually also put a receive and file. It's going to come back to us regardless.
It might be helpful, John, for us to hear if this were to be approved with these strategies. What are your next steps?
Yes, Madam Mayor, on page 4 of your city council staff report, it provides you context of what approval is. It's on page 4, approval of the recommended parking management strategies would establish city policy direction regarding future downtown parking management priorities. So this approval would guide city staff in establishing some type of policy that we would bring back to you in the future, in future meeting, because like Council Member Clark has mentioned, it's not necessarily approving the strategies and bam, we're done. No. On page 4, it does mention approval of the recommended parking management strategies establishes city policy direction. And that's the context of that approval, or the term approval.
Yeah, Mayor, I could add, for example, when you all, prioritize certain CIPs, and we may not have actual money in the budget for them, but if we know what your top priorities are, staff can go around looking for grants and things for those CIPs, projects to bring back. It would give us a little bit more focus, but to what was mentioned earlier, I think it was Councilmember Nomura, you could also simply receive and file the report. If there was anything that you specifically thought you wanted staff keeping top of mind and looking out for There was one earlier about the multimodal things where there was a lot of grants out for those multimodal options. If that was a focus of the council, then we could start looking out for specific options there. I'm not hearing that that is one, but that's a way that it would give us some policy direction on how to focus and look out for various opportunities. That being said, simply receiving and filing, and then we can revisit these as part of future CIP project lists and priorities and work plans.
Great. Does that answer your question?
Sure.
To receive and file? Okay. May I ask for a motion? Is that your motion?
Sure.
We have a first. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. The motion passes. Thank you. We will now move on to item number 15, which is Memorandum of Understanding with the California Department of Transportation for the Rincon Multi-Use Trail Project.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be taking this item. The Rincon Multi-Use Trail Project would establish a public multi-use trail connecting the eastern end of the city of Carpinteria to Rincon Beach County Park in unincorporated Santa Barbara County near the Ventura County line. The project would include a new dedicated pedestrian bridge over the Union Pacific Railroad corridor. Purpose of the project is to close an existing critical gap in the California Coastal Trail between the Carpinteria Bluffs and the Pacific Coast Bikeway, which is the bike path from Bates Road to Muscle Shoals along Highway 101. Completion of the project is also a condition of approval for the city's issuance of a conditional use permit and coastal development permit for the Linden Avenue and Casitas Pass Road interchanges and Via Real Extension project. The city, California Department of Transportation, also known as Caltrans, and the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments have partnered to advance the project and secure funding for its implementation. The city serves as lead agency responsible for the environmental review, design, right-of-way, and utility coordination and construction phases of the project. Caltrans has identified an additional $400,000 in the Linden Avenue and Casitas Pass interchanges right-of-way phase funding that can be applied to the project to support completion of the environmental document and other eligible project-related costs. Staff's recommendation tonight is for the council to authorize the mayor to execute the MOU with Caltrans, thereby enabling the city to utilize the available $400,000 in funding to complete the environmental document and support other eligible project-related costs. And that concludes my presentation. And we have, of course, Public Works Director John Lawson here for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for staff?
Yeah. I heard that Representative Carbajal forwarded some sort of grant money to further consideration, I guess, by the Congress for this project. Does staff know anything about that?
Yeah, Councilmember Clark, the SBCAG submitted a grant request working with the city to help support this. They submitted a request, I think, for $2 million, and it, I think, was last I heard was looked at for around 800 or 850,000. I think the number had been trimmed quite a bit in being out last week. I haven't heard of any updates, and I don't know if, John, you've heard of any updates on the status of that request.
I did not, Michael. For clarification, the $800,000 is towards only the design phase for the project.
Yeah, so if the $400,000 that we're speaking about this evening would be from Caltrans to finish the environmental studies document part of this, and once completed, and that next phase could begin, SBCAG was looking to secure funds for that, and as John mentioned, that's what those dollars would be used for.
Any other questions?
Just quickly, how much money have we spent on the Rincon Trail project? And I understand that all of it has come from grants, but I'm just curious, like, where we're at there. And if you know that off the top of your head.
Councilmember Mayor, through the mayor, I don't have the number, but I could tell you the activities that were involved.
Sure.
Is really, we are basically still in the design phase, or the planning, or what we call the project approval and environmental document phase, and as well as the right-of-way. So a lot of the costs have been consulting services, as well as city attorney's office time in that. So those are the particular activities have been involved, but I wish we would be able to get that number for you.
Okay, and so this $400,000 would be used to get the environmental document ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Would it get it completed? I'm just curious. Okay.
That is the ultimate goal.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just wondering, like, how far these incremental, I mean, they're very large increments, but how far they get us is, I guess, what I'm trying to look for.
So the Councilmember, the $400,000, that wasn't a number just out of thin air.
Sure.
We provided Caltrans, city staff has provided
Okay.
Caltrans copies of our consulting cost proposals, our fee proposals, and we showed them also staff time as well as city attorney time that we have expended and anticipated or estimated what it's going to cost. So this $400,000 it's going to be commensurate to covering those costs. And I forgot if you mentioned it, Brian, but that $400,000 is coming off the accounting books of the Highway 101 improvement projects. So this is not a grant. This is not earmarked monies, but it's actually monies from Caltrans to take off the books and provide it to the city to complete the environmental document.
Okay.
I'll just add to that quickly if I can. So some of the council may recall that where we left off with this project was we brought the project and the environmental document to your council on appeal from a planning commission decision. And before the council was ready to make a decision on the project, they asked us to go back and do some additional due diligence and research into alternatives that some of the members of the community were advocating for. And so we took quite a bit of time to do that, to explore other ideas and study those, and then came back to your council approximately a year later with that in-depth analysis of some of the favored alternatives from the soaring community, as well as a couple of the other alternatives that the council asked us to do a deeper dive on. And ultimately, the council said, hey, in hindsight, it looks like the proposed project still makes the most sense, move forward with that. And so really, the $400K that Caltrans has made available to the project would be used to go back and just do some refinement to the environmental document that's already essentially ready to go, and to just flesh out some of the additional work that we did, over that intervening year, and make sure that some of the technical studies are still current with respect to things like biological resources. And so it should be more than enough to get us across the finish line on completing the environmental document.
I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll just add that it was important, SBCAG applied for that $2 million, but it was really contingent upon us receiving these funds and getting this environmental documents completed. And so I believe that as part of that grant request, it stated that, it was contingent upon us getting these funds and completing that. Without this phase completed, we're not really good candidates for any of the grant funding. And because the city's not in position to use its discretionary dollars for this, and SBCAG and SBCAG's not required. It was a condition of approval of the freeway project as mentioned, but SBCAG is also just a very strong interested party. Both they, along with Caltrans, would be looking out for funding, and they were just hoping the city would get them to this part to where they could actually be competitive.
Thank you.
A few questions for staff here. The original plan that we had actually was presented to us by Caltrans, I believe, and that was for the I would say, pretty high bridge that was going to go across. At that time, we shut it down because we had to deal with the hang gliders coming off of that one. That was a little different back then because we did not own that portion of the bluffs like we do now. So there's a little change in that one. But I see the plan moving forward still continues with that expanding bridge that goes quite a ways. My question is, after that happened, the bike path that goes along the 101 down to Ventura wasn't in place. That was something that came in after that approval process. So my question is, if we are locked into the design that was presented originally by Caltrans with that large pedestrian bridge, bike bridge, or if we have the option of actually putting this along parallel to the freeway overpass that goes over the railway, which would be substantially less. Just curious, because I'm thinking $400,000, we may not have enough money to actually cover the full design.
Yeah, and Councilmember Namora, so the 400,000 would only be to complete the rest of the environmental document. It was the 2 million, it's now 800,000 that was requested for the complete design. And I did actually have a conversation with Caltrans regarding running it along the freeway. And according to them, this was probably a month or two ago, that their infrastructure there along the freeway would not support and I'm sorry because those technical terms are a little outside of me, but essentially that wouldn't work with the current infrastructure to have that design that went along the freeway.
It's probably because of cut grade. That thing's pretty steep already, so I think they maxed out the grade line.
Yeah, I think there was, you did talk about grade and then also about the freeway just being too old to attach and expand.
Yep, thanks.
Nick and I have, I guess, institutional knowledge of what City Council directed staff at the time. I believe it was 2023. We have an alternative 3 that the environmental document has identified. There was 11 alternatives, if I recall, Nick, on this one that was brought before the council at the time. And around, I think it was 2023 May, that the City Council board and some of you before your time has directed staff to move forward with alternative number 3. What is that? That is a pedestrian bridge over the Union Pacific Railroad onto the ocean side. So the alignment is basically from the trailhead of Carpinteria Avenue terminus on the east end.
Actually, I thought it was the lower bar. I thought it was the lower part.
The trailhead actually starts there, Councilmember Nomura, and then it would cross over the Union Pacific Railroad onto the beach side and then connect into there's an existing bench, and then the trailhead actually, and then ends at the Rincon Beach Park parking lot.
I thought it was actually the bench that's just below the top.
I believe we're talking about the same area, yes.
Exactly, but that didn't come from the very top level plateau. That actually came from a secondary bench, is where it's connecting into. So we didn't pick up the full height of it. That had to do with the slope and grade. I'm pretty sure that was the case.
Councilmember Nomura, this is hard to do without a graphic, but basically the bridge crosses over the railroad tracks and lands higher up on the ridgeline and then would descend down to that old rail bench that you're thinking of. But we do land higher up on the slope and then have to drop down to it gradually.
Correct, but I think our takeoff point, when I say takeoff point, where the hang gliders come from, was not at the very top. It was the one down.
Correct, and it's over on what's now the Rincon Bluffs Preserve property.
Madam Mayor, council members, if you don't mind, city manager is going to pull up the Rincon Multi-Use Trail Project webpage that has a lot of the information, and we'll basically show you the graphic that Council Nomura is speaking about.
Oh, well, that would have been much easier. Okay.
All right, thank you for your patience, council members. So what's shown on screen are artist rendering of the proposed Maltese Trail alignment. We could stop at that photo there. Yeah. Yes. Yes.
You have any other questions or comments, council, regarding the graphic that's up now before we move on to public comment?
No, real quick though, good to see that one. I remember 2015, they actually had a switchback in it, so this is a lot better.
Okay, I will go ahead and open up public comment. We have a speaker slip for Alan Koch.
You answered my question.
Oh, those were your questions? Okay.
Yeah, I'm surprised that there was no attachment to the staff report that had this here, because we can't remember what alternative 3 was. Thank you.
Okay, so do we have any public comment via Zoom?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
I will close public comment and bring it back to the council for a motion.
I move to authorize the mayor to execute the memorandum of understanding with the California Department of Transportation.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Solorzano?
Aye.
Councilmember Clark?
Aye.
Councilmember Mayer?
Aye.
Councilmember Nomura?
Aye.
And Mayor Alarcon.
Aye. And we will now move on to the legislative update.
Great. Mayor, City Council members, the staff report from the California League of Cities has an update, including a recommendation to oppose Senate Bill 1013. Senate Bill 1013 would limit local government's use of automated license plate reader systems to specified purposes, restrict data retention to 30 days with limited exceptions, and impose new limits on interagency data sharing beginning in 2027. In short, it narrows how license plate reader data can be used, how long it can be kept, and how long it can be shared between jurisdictions. Cal Cities is recommending opposing the bill unless amended to otherwise address the League's concerns, or Cal Cities' concerns. That's the only bill I have an update on today.
Thank you. Would anyone like to support these bills? Okay. Seeing no discussion, I will open up public comment. I do not have any speaker slips for this item. Do we have anyone via Zoom?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
I will close public comment, and we will move on to committee reports, inquiries, and other matters presented by council members. Okay, seeing none, I will ask about.
I do have one report.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Yep.
This last week, Friday, we had a meeting with Channel County's Division of the League of California Cities. Monica and I attended that event. It was well attended, actually, and wanted to give a brief report based on the keynote speaker, who is Dr. Peter Rupert. He gave us an economic study saying that, in fact, the economy currently is pretty strong. He says that there's a lot of rumors, ideas about recessions coming. He says it's inevitable. It's going to come. It always does come pretty regularly. The last major dip was the COVID pandemic time. And he says from that one, it actually, once it was recovered, went substantially higher than it was before it started. One of the other points he made, I think this is an important one for us to consider, was rent control. He says if you want a city to fail, you go ahead and adopt rent control. And the reason he said that is because rent control ends up killing the economy basically. Even though there's rent control, he says the places become more of a slum than not, because people that invest in those won't put money back into them for repair, replenishment. He says the best way for controlling rent is actually to build more homes. So something to think about. There's another concern saying that in AI coming along, it's going to be a major factor in unemployment. He says that is not the case. He says if you look at every other initiative that came through, all the way from autos, machineries, from horses, computers, typewriters, adding machines, all those were rumored to take away the job from the job force. He said that definitely is not the case, so he says I wouldn't be too concerned about AI. They started as tools, they will remain in tools, so that is one thing I did want to report back. So I thought it was pretty fascinating, his presentation. The other one I would like to bring up is this Thursday, I will be doing a second Community Matters one. This is going to be on public roads and right-of-ways. So this will be 6 o'clock on Thursday at the museum. So anybody's interested in attending, we will be covering public roads and right-of-ways. Just informational.
Thank you. Any other committees, reports, or inquiries? Okay. And I want to confirm attendance of council members for future meetings. Looks like everyone will be here. And we are officially adjourning the meeting at 10:11 p.m. Thank you.